colonial administrators and King Leopold II's agents stripped the Congo of ceremonial objects, masks, and religious items, many ending up in what's now Belgium's Africa Museum. In West Africa, French colonial troops looted royal treasuries in places like Dahomey, modern-day Benin, including sacred objects tied to Vodun religious practice. Missionaries also played a major role, often confiscating religious carvings and masks they considered pagan, then donating or selling them to European ethnographic museums, which were booming in popularity in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as symbols of empire and scientific curiosity. The key thing to understand, this wasn't random theft. It was systematic, a mix of military conquest, religious suppression, and a genuine market demand back in Europe for exotic curiosities. And it built the foundations of some of the world's most visited museums today. So where did all of it end up? Let's go institution by institution. The British Museum, London. The British Museum holds roughly 900 Benin bronzes, one of the largest single collections in the world. Here's the complication. The museum is legally barred from permanently giving them away under the British Museum Act of 1963, which prevents deaccessioning most items in its collection. Instead of full returns, the museum has focused on long-term loans, an approach many Nigerian officials and cultural advocates reject, arguing it treats the rightful owners like borrowers of their own heritage. The Louvre and Musée du Quai Branly, Paris, France, holds the largest African artifact collection of any Western nation. An estimated 90,000 objects with roughly 70,000 at the Musée du Quai Branly alone. For years, French law treated public collections as inalienable, meaning items legally couldn't be given away at all, regardless of how they were acquired. That changed in 2026. France passed a new restitution framework law, finally giving the government a legal path to return looted colonial era objects without needing a separate act of parliament for every single item. It followed years of pressure that started with President Macron's 2017 pledge in Burkina Faso. Some individual returns had already happened before this, including objects returning to Benin and Senegal. But the new law is designed to speed up a process that had moved at a frustratingly slow pace for nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the Louvre has also expanded its African and Islamic art wing, meaning some looted pieces are now more visible to the public than ever, even as restitution requests for specific items remain pending. Germany, Humboldt Forum, and beyond Germany was actually ahead of the curve. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of Nigeria combined. Thousands of sacred masks, royal. There are more Benin bronzes sitting. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European.
There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of Nigeria combined.
There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of Nigeria combined.
There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of Nigeria combined.
There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of Nigeria combined. Thousands of sacred masks, royal thrones. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of Nigeria combined. Thousands of sacred masks, royal thrones, ceremonial swords, and bronze plaques taken during the colonial period are still on display in London, Paris, Berlin, and Brussels. Some are locked away in storage rooms that tourists never see. But here's the twist. 2026 has actually been one of the biggest years yet for these objects finally going home. So in this video, we're doing something most videos on this topic don't do. We're going museum by museum, country by country, to show you exactly where these artifacts are right now. What's actually being retained and what's still stuck in limbo. More scattered across British, German, Belgian, and American institutions. Some estimates suggest up to 90% of sub-Saharan Africa's material cultural heritage now sits outside the continent. For over a century, most of it stayed put. But in the last few years, and especially in 2026, that started to shift. Not completely, not evenly, but enough that it's worth mapping out exactly where things stand right now. Quick note before we continue. If you find this kind of deep dive valuable, subscribing helps a lot. We're building out a full series on colonial history and cultural restitution. Okay, let's break down how this all started. The most famous case, and the one you hear referenced constantly, is the 1897 Benin Expedition. British forces invaded Benin City in was also a resource grab. Troops looted the royal palace of the Oba, seizing thousands of bronze and ivory artifacts that had been created over centuries to commemorate Benin's kings and history. Those objects were shipped back to Britain, where many were sold at auction to cover the cost of the expedition itself. This pattern repeated across the continent. In Central Africa, Belgian colonial administrators and King Leopold II's agents stripped the Congo of ceremonial objects, masks, and religious items, many ending up in what's now Belgium's Africa Museum. In West Africa, French colonial troops looted royal treasuries in places like Dahomey, modern-day Benin, including sacred objects tied to voodoo religious practice. Missionaries also played a major role, often confiscating religious carvings and masks they considered pagan, donating or selling them to European ethnographic museums, which were booming in popularity in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as symbols of empire and scientific curiosity. The key thing to understand, this wasn't random theft. It was systematic, a mix of military conquest, religious suppression, and a genuine market demand back in Europe for exotic curiosities. And it built the foundations of some of the world's most visited museums today. So, where did all of it end up? Let's go institution by institution. The British Museum, London. The British Museum holds roughly 900 Benin bronzes, one of the largest single collections in the world. Here's the complication. The museum is legally barred from permanently giving them away under the British Museum Act of 1963, which prevents the accession most items in its collection. Instead of full returns, the museum has focused on long-term loans, an approach many Nigerian officials and cultural advocates reject, arguing it treats the rightful owners like borrowers of their own heritage. The Louvre and Musée du Quai Branly, Paris, France, holds the largest African artifact collection without needing a separate act of parliament for every single item. It followed years of pressure that started with President Macron's 2017 expanded its African and Islamic wing, meaning some looted pieces are now more visible to the public than ever, even as restitution requests for specific items remain pending. Germany, Hamburg Forum, and beyond Germany was actually ahead of the curve here. Back in 2022, German state museums transferred ownership of over 1,100 Benin artifacts to Nigeria's National Commission for Museums and Monuments. That momentum has continued. In 2026, additional institutions have moved forward with further returns, and Germany is often cited as the model other countries are now measuring themselves against. Switzerland was never a colonial power in Africa, but that hasn't stopped its museums from in 2026, three Swiss institutions, the Restitution Museum, the University of Zurich's Ethnographic Museum, and Geneva's Musée d'Ethnography, agreed to transfer ownership of 28 Benin objects back to Nigeria. Some pieces have been physically repatriated immediately, others remain on loan in Switzerland for now, even though legal ownership has already shifted to Nigeria. The Netherlands, in 2025, the Netherlands completed the single largest Benin bronze restitution to date, returning 119 objects, a milestone that many say helped accelerate the wave of 2026 returns that followed. Belgium's African African colonial era artifacts as well. The Smithsonian has moved on some restitutions in recent years, while the Met has faced increasing pressure and scrutiny over its own African collections provenance. Here's where it gets complicated because returned doesn't always mean what you think. In February 2026, Cambridge University transferred legal ownership of 116 Benin bronzes to Nigerian authorities. A move some observers called a potential domino effect trigger for other institutions still holding out. But even when ownership transfers, physical objects don't always move right away. In the Swiss case, we mentioned only two of the 11 retrospective museum objects were repatriated immediately, with the rest staying in Zurich on loan, despite Nigeria now legally owning them. There's also an unresolved question happening inside Nigeria itself. Who actually gets custody once artifacts come home? The federal government or the Oba of Benin, the traditional royal whose ancestors originally commissioned these objects. In 2023, Nigeria's government formally recognized the Oba's ownership rights, which was meant to simplify things. Instead, it created new tension over where returned artifacts should physically be housed. A planned museum, the Museum of West African Art in Benin City, was meant to display many of these returned pieces, but disputes over ownership stalled those plans. And as of mid-2026, that museum reportedly holds no Benin bronzes at all. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of Nigeria combined. Thousands of sacred masks, royal thrones, ceremonial swords, and bronze plaques taken during the colonial period are still on display in London, Paris, Berlin, and Brussels. Some are locked away in storage rooms that tourists never see. But here's the twist. 2026 has actually been one of the biggest years yet for these objects finally going home. So in this video, we're doing something most videos on this topic don't do. We're going museum by museum, country by country, to show you exactly where these artifacts are right now. What's actually being a lot. We're building up the full series on colonial history and cultural restitution. Okay, let's break down how this all started. The most famous case, and the one you hear referenced constantly, is the 1897 Benin Expedition. British forces invaded Benin City in modern-day Nigeria in what was officially framed as retaliation for an earlier ambush. In reality, it was also a resource grab. Troops looted the royal palace of the Oba, seizing thousands of bronze and ivory artifacts that had been created over centuries to commemorate Benin's kings and history. Those objects were shipped back to Britain, where many were sold at auction to cover the cost of the expedition itself. This pattern repeated across the continent. In Central Africa, Belgian colonial administrators and King Leopold II's agents stripped the Congo of ceremonial objects, masks, and religious items, many ending up in what's now Belgium's Africa Museum. In West Africa, French colonial troops looted royal treasuries in places like Dahomey, modern-day Benin, including sacred objects tied to voodoo religious practices. Missionaries also played a major role, often confiscating religious carvings and masks they considered pagan, then donating or selling them to European ethnographic museums, which were booming in popularity in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as symbols of empire and scientific curiosity. The key thing to understand, this wasn't random theft. It was systematic, a mix of military conquest, religious suppression, and a genuine market demand back in Europe for exotic curiosities. And it built the foundations of some of the world's most visited museums today. So, where did all of it end up? Let's go institution by institution. The British Museum, London. The British Museum holds roughly 900 Benin bronzes, one of the largest single collections in the world. Here's the complication. The museum is legally barred from permanently giving them away museum has focused on long-term loans, an approach many Nigerian officials and cultural advocates reject, arguing it treats the rightful owners like borrowers of their own heritage. The Louvre and Musée du Quai Branly, Paris, France, holds the largest African artifact collection of any Western nation. An estimated 90,000 objects with roughly 70,000 at the Musée du Quai Branly alone. For years, French law treated public collections as inalienable, meaning items legally couldn't be given away at all, regardless of how they were acquired. That changed in 2026. France passed the new restitution framework law, finally giving the government a legal path to return looted colonial era objects without needing a separate act of parliament for every single item. It followed years of pressure that started with President Macron's 2017 pledge in Burkina Faso. Some individual returns had already happened before this, including objects returning to Benin and Senegal. But the new law is designed to speed up a process that had moved at a frustratingly slow pace for nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the Louvre has also expanded its African and Islamic art wing, meaning some looted pieces are now more visible to the public than ever, even as restitution requests for specific items remain pending. Germany, Hamburg Forum, and beyond Germany was actually ahead of the curve here. Back in 2022, German state museums transferred ownership of over 1,100 Benin artifacts to Nigeria's National Commission for Museums and Monuments. That momentum has continued. In 2026, additional German institutions Netherlands completed the single largest Benin bronze restitution to date, returning 119 objects, a milestone that many say helped accelerate the wave Belgium's African Museum still holds one of the largest Congo-related colonial collections in the world. Progress here has been slower and more contested than in Germany or the Netherlands, partly due to the sheer scale of what was taken and ongoing disputes over documentation and provenance. The United States less discussed, but still significant, American institutions like the Smithsonian and the Metropolitan Museum of Art hold African colonial era artifacts as well. The Smithsonian has moved on some restitutions in recent years, while the Met has faced increasing pressure and scrutiny over its own African collections provenance. Yes,
before satellites before telescopes, before the names Copernicus, Galileo, or Newton were ever spoken to, there were Africans standing beneath this sky. They were watching, calculating, recording, and they had been doing it for thousands of years. What if I told you that some of the oldest, most sophisticated astronomical knowledge on Earth was developed right here on the African continent? What if I told you that while most of the ancient world was still struggling to explain the movement of the sun, certain African cultures had already built stone observatories, created complex star calendars, tracked planets with naked eye precision, and embedded astronomical knowledge into their architecture, their rituals, and their very understanding of the cosmos? This is not legend, this is not mythology, this is documented history. History that has been overlooked, buried, and forgotten by the mainstream world for far too long. Tonight, we illuminate it. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. I'm glad you're here because the story we are about to tell is one of the most extraordinary and one of the most suppressed chapters in all of human civilization. In this documentary, we will travel across the African continent and across thousands of years of time to uncover the true story of African astronomy. We will explore how ancient African peoples read the night sky not just as storytellers or spiritual seekers, but as scientists, as astronomers, as mathematicians, as engineers who built structures so perfectly aligned with the stars that modern researchers are still astonished. We will look at specific sites, specific peoples, and specific discoveries. We will follow the evidence, the stones, the scrolls, the oral traditions, the architecture, that all point to one undeniable truth. Africa was not a continent in darkness waiting for outside knowledge. Africa was a continent of light, and that light came from the stars. This is the story of the world's first astronomers, and they were African. To understand African astronomy, we must first understand the world in which it was born, a world vastly different from the one we know today. Travel back with me 10,000 years before the birth of Christ. The Sahara Desert, which today is a sea of endless sand, was green, lush, alive. It was a landscape of grasslands, rivers, and lakes stretching across what is now Algeria, Libya, Chad, Niger, and Sudan. Hippopotami wallowed in rivers where camels now trudge across dunes. Elephants roamed the plains. Communities of people settled, farmed, herded cattle, and gazed up at a sky unpolluted by any artificial light. This was the African world during the Neolithic period, the New Stone Age, when human civilization was not just beginning in the Middle East and Asia, but was flourishing independently right here on African soil. And in this world, the sky was everything. For ancient African peoples, the sky was not merely a backdrop. It was a living calendar, a sacred map, a governance system, and a survival guide, all rolled into one blazing canvas of light. When did the rains come? When did the Nile flood? When should cattle be moved to new pastures? When should seeds be planted? When should festivals begin? The answers were all written in the stars. This is the fundamental truth of ancient African astronomy. It was never purely theoretical. It was practical. It was survival knowledge. Observation of the heavens was the original science, developed on African soil for African lives. Different African cultures developed their own sophisticated relationships with the cosmos, from the Nile Valley kingdoms of Nubia and Egypt to the cattle-herding cultures of the Sahara, from the Borana people of Ethiopia and Kenya to the Dogon people of Mali. The stars were not distant mysteries. They were intimate, known, trusted guides. In most ancient African societies, astronomical knowledge was inseparable from political and spiritual power. The ruler who could predict the flooding of the Nile was not just a politician, he was divine. The astronomer who could calculate the exact day of a solar alignment commanded authority over entire communities. Knowledge of the stars was knowledge of power. This meant that astronomical observation was organized, funded, and protected at the highest levels of society. Dedicated observers, what we might today call astronomer priests, spent years, even lifetimes, studying the movements of celestial bodies. Their discoveries were not accidental. They were the product of dedicated multi-generational scientific effort, and they built monuments that would last millennia, oriented to the stars with a precision that astonishes modern engineers. Not because they wanted to impress future generations, but because they needed these structures to function perfectly, season after season, century after century. This was African science, rigorous, purposeful, brilliant. Now let us meet the people at the heart of this story, because African astronomy was not the work of one civilization, one tribe, or one genius. It was the collective achievement of diverse, intelligent, and deeply observant peoples across a vast continent. South of Egypt, in what is now Sudan, lived some of the most ancient and sophisticated civilizations on earth, the Nubian peoples. For centuries, historians placed the origin of Egyptian civilization in the Middle East, but the evidence tells a different story. The Nubian cultures predated and influenced Egyptian civilization in profound ways. Their astronomers tracked the star Sirius, which they called the Nile star, and understood that when Sirius rose just before the sun on the eastern horizon, the great Nile flood was coming. This knowledge was sacred. Life depended on it. Nubian tombs at Kustu, dating to over 3200 BCE, show evidence of royal cosmological symbolism that predates similar imagery in Egypt. The Nubians were not borrowing from Egypt, and they were among the creators of this shared civilization. No discussion of African astronomy can proceed without the ancient Egyptians. Contrary to how they are often depicted in Western media as vaguely Middle Eastern, light-skinned figures, the ancient Egyptians were African people with deep cultural and genetic roots in sub-Saharan and Nile Valley Africa, and they were extraordinary astronomers. The Egyptians developed one of the world's first solar calendars, divided the sky into 36 star groups called decans, and aligned their greatest temples and pyramids to specific stars and solar positions with a precision that defies easy explanation even today. Egyptian priests who served in the temple observatories were called the Watchers of the Sky. They were professional astronomers and trained, funded, and respected as among the highest scholars in the land. Now here is a name that should be far more famous than Stonehenge: Nabta Playa. Located in the Nubian desert of southern Egypt, Nabta Playa is the site of a prehistoric stone circle that may be the oldest known astronomical monument in the world. Erected approximately 7,000 years ago. That is 1,000 years before Stonehenge and 4,000 years before the construction of the Great Pyramid. The people who built Nabta Playa were cattle herders who understood the sky with sophisticated precision. The stones were arranged to mark the summer solstice and the positions of key stars. This was not random, this was planned, this was science. In the Horn of Africa, the Borana people of Ethiopia and Kenya developed one of the most remarkable astronomical calendar systems ever recorded in pre-modern history. The Borana system is a lunisolar calendar tracking both the moon and specific stars simultaneously to calculate a 7 to 8 year cycle with extraordinary accuracy. To make this system work, the Borana identified specific stars and star groups to mark each month of the year. Modern astronomers who have studied the Borana calendar have confirmed that it works, that the stellar observations it is based on are accurate, and that the calendar functions as a highly sophisticated timekeeping instrument. Perhaps no people on earth have generated more fascination and more controversy in the world of archaeoastronomy than the Dogon people of Mali. The Dogon are a West African people who have lived in the Bandiagara escarpment region of modern-day Mali for centuries. Their cosmology, oral traditions, and ritual systems contain detailed knowledge of the star Sirius, including references to a small, dense companion star orbiting Sirius, which they call Digitaria. Sirius B, the white dwarf companion of Sirius, was not confirmed by Western astronomy until 1862. It cannot be seen with the naked eye, yet the Dogon's traditional knowledge described its orbit, its density, and its relationship to Sirius with a level of accuracy that has never been fully explained. This remains one of the most intriguing mysteries in the history of African science. The story of African astronomy does not begin with monuments. It begins with observation. And that observation is ancient beyond our comprehension. Modern humans, Homo sapiens, emerged in Africa approximately 300,000 years ago. From the very beginning, our species looked up. We were pattern seekers. We noticed that the moon changed shape in a regular cycle. We noticed that certain stars always rose in the east. We noticed that the sun moved along the horizon through the seasons. For hundreds of thousands of years, this knowledge accumulated. It was passed from generation to generation through story, through song, through ceremony. By the time the first stone monuments were erected, African peoples already carried within them vast accumulated knowledge about the sky. One of the most remarkable artifacts in all of human history was found in 1950 in what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo, near Lake Edward, at a site called Ishango. It is a small bone, a baboon's fibula, approximately 20,000 years old. Along its surface are a series of deliberate notches, carved in groups. For years, it was dismissed as a simple tally stick. But scholars who studied the patterns more carefully noticed something extraordinary. The notch groupings appear to track lunar cycles, specifically a roughly 29 to 30-day cycle matching the phases of the moon. If this interpretation is correct, and many researchers believe it is, then the Ishango bone is the world's oldest known mathematical and astronomical recording device. 20,000 years ago, in Africa, someone was counting the moon. Around 7,000 years before the Common Era, in what is now the Egyptian Nubian Desert, something remarkable was constructed. Nabta Playa was at the time a lake region, a seasonal gathering place for Neolithic cattle herders who came together during the rainy season. Over generations, these people built something that has astonished modern researchers. A stone circle with an alignment to the summer solstice, and additional stone arrangements that appear to align with specific stars. Archaeologist J. Makim Malville, who studied the site extensively, described it as the oldest known astronomical monument, predating Stonehenge by 1,000 years and the Giza pyramids by more than 4,000. The stones at Nabta Playa were not placed randomly. Archaeological analysis shows that their alignment to the summer solstice was intentional and precise. This was a community that understood the solar year, that could predict solstice events, and that built permanent stone infrastructure to mark those events. This was not primitive. This was sophisticated science embedded in stone. By 3,000 years before the Common Era, the civilization we call ancient Egypt had reached a level of astronomical sophistication that was extraordinary by any measure in world history. The Egyptians had already developed a solar calendar of 365 days, divided into 3 seasons, 12 months, and a final period of 5 intercalary days. This calendar was not simply theoretical, it organized the entire agricultural, ceremonial, and political life of Egyptian society. At the heart of this calendar was a single star, Sirius. In Egyptian, it was called Sopdet. When Sirius rose just before the sun, an event called the Heliacal Rising, the Egyptians knew that the Nile flood was approximately 2 weeks away. The whole calendar was anchored to the stellar observation. The heliacal rising of Sirius was also associated with the goddess Isis and was a major festival day across Egypt. Astronomy, spirituality, and governance were integrated into a single, seamless system. The most famous astronomical mystery in African history stands on the Giza Plateau. The three great pyramids of Giza, built between approximately 2560 and 2510 BCE, are aligned to the cardinal directions with a precision that continues to astonish our modern engineers and surveyors. The Great Pyramid of Khufu deviates from true north by only 0.05 degrees. To achieve this with ancient tools required an intimate understanding of the night sky and the motion of stars. Researcher Robert Bovar proposed the Orion correlation theory, suggesting that the layout of the three Giza pyramids mirrors the three stars in Orion's belt. Whatever one thinks of the theory's broader implications, the observable fact remains. The Egyptian architects were deeply engaged with the celestial world and built that engagement into their most permanent structures. In the ceiling of the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, carved in stone, is one of the most extraordinary astronomical documents ever created, the Dendera Zodiac. Carved around 50 BCE, but reflecting astronomical knowledge that goes back much further. The Dendera Zodiac is a circular representation of the sky, showing the 12 zodiac constellations, the 5 classical planets, the sun and moon, and a precise map of the northern and southern skies. It identifies stellar positions that allow astronomers to date it with precision. This was not decoration. This was a scientific document carved in stone to last forever, recording the state of the heavens for all who came after. In northwestern Kenya, near the border with Ethiopia, stands a site that most of the world has never heard of, Namora Tunga II. It consists of 19 standing stones erected approximately 2,300 years ago. When Ake astronomer Linda Lynch studied the site in 1978, she made a discovery that sent shockwaves through the scientific community. The stones were aligned to 7 specific stars and star groups, the same 7 celestial markers used in the Borana calendar system still practiced today. The alignments allowed the stone circle to function as a precise calendar, marking time through the movements of stars, including Triangulum, the Pleiades, Aldebaran, Bellatrix, the central Orion stars Siph and Sirius. This discovery demonstrated that the Borana calendar system, long dismissed as simple folk knowledge, was actually anchored in millennia of sophisticated astronomical observation. The stones proved that this was a scientific tradition, not a myth. By the time of the medieval period, between approximately 1100 and 1450 CE, the civilization centered on Great Zimbabwe had built one of the most impressive architectural achievements in sub-Saharan Africa. The Great Enclosure at Great Zimbabwe, a massive elliptical structure built with precisely fitted stones without mortar, standing up to 11 meters high, is believed by researchers to have had astronomical functions. Analysis of the structure's orientation suggests alignments to the rising and setting positions of specific celestial bodies during key calendar dates. The Zimbabwe Plateau culture was a trading empire that connected the African interior to the Indian Ocean coast. Their architectural mastery and the cosmological knowledge embedded in their great structures speak to a civilization of extraordinary sophistication. Return with me now to the Dogon people of Mali and their astonishing astronomical tradition. French anthropologists Marcel Griot and Germain Dieterlen, who spent years living among the Dogon in the 1930s and 1940s, documented that the Dogon's cosmological system contained detailed knowledge of the Sirius star system. Their sources described Sirius, which they called Potolo or Sigitolo, as having a companion. They described this companion as very small and very heavy, made of a metal they called Sagala, which they described as heavier than all iron on Earth. They described its orbital period around Sirius as approximately 50 years. Here is the astonishing fact. Sirius B is a white dwarf, one of the densest objects in the known universe. It was confirmed by Western telescopes in 1862. Its orbit around Sirius A is approximately 50 years. It cannot be seen with the naked eye. How did the Dogon know this? This question has generated decades of debate. Some researchers suggest contact with ancient Egyptian astronomical traditions through trade routes and migration. Others suggest independent observation using methods we have not yet understood. What is not debated is the accuracy of what they knew. If this history is so rich, so documented, so extraordinary, why do most people not know it? The answer is uncomfortable, but it is necessary to speak it. Beginning in the 15th century, European colonialism began to reshape not only the political reality of Africa, but the intellectual and historical reality as well. African civilizations were systematically characterized as primitive, as pre-scientific, as having no history worth recording. This was not ignorance, it was deliberate, because a civilization that could be called primitive could be colonized without moral contradiction. Slavery and dispossession were far easier to justify if Africans were cast as people without science, without philosophy, without history. The great astronomer Ptolemy lived in Alexandria, Egypt, in Africa, and drew on millennia of African astronomical tradition, yet he is categorized in Western scholarship as Greek. The Egyptian priests who taught Greek philosophers, Plato, Pythagoras, Thales, are rarely acknowledged as African scientists who provided the foundations of what would later be called Western science. Pythagoras spent 22 years studying in Egypt. Thales, considered the father of Western philosophy, studied in Egypt. Plato traveled to Africa to learn. They were students of African knowledge. Here is another hidden truth. African cultures did not use the Western zodiac. They had their own constellations, their own star stories that reflected their own landscapes, animals, ancestors, and values. The Zulu of Southern Africa grouped stars into constellations representing cattle and farming tools. The Tswana recognized their own ancestral figures in the sky. The Egyptians grouped stars into 36 decans, 10-degree segments of the ecliptic, each associated with a deity and a season. These were not inferior systems. They were different systems, built from different observations, expressing different relationships with the cosmos. The diversity of African astronomical traditions reflects the continent's extraordinary cultural richness. Consider this. Stonehenge in England attracts over 1 million visitors every year. It is internationally famous, studied obsessively, and celebrated as a monument to ancient human ingenuity. Nabta Playa, older than Stonehenge by 1,000 years, located in Africa, is almost completely unknown to the general public. Most people could not find it on a map. It is not taught in schools. It does not feature in mainstream documentaries about ancient astronomy. This is not accidental. It is a product of whose history we have chosen to center, celebrate, and preserve. and it is time for that to change. The legacy of African astronomy is not locked in the past. It lives in the present in ways most people never realize. The very calendar you use today, the 365-day solar calendar, traces its lineage to ancient Egypt. The Egyptian calendar was adopted by Julius Caesar in 46 BCE as the Julian calendar, and later reformed into the Gregorian calendar we use globally. Every time you check today's date, you are working with knowledge that originated in Africa. The division of the sky into recognizable star groups, the foundation of all constellation science, was developed by Egyptian astronomers and transmitted through Greek, Roman, and Islamic scholars to modern astronomy. Trigonometry, which is the mathematical foundation of modern astronomy, was developed in the ancient world by scholars working in Alexandria, Egypt, drawing on centuries of African mathematical tradition. When the Islamic Golden Age brought extraordinary advances in astronomy between the 8th and 14th centuries, scholars in Baghdad, Cairo, and Timbuktu were building directly on ancient African, particularly Egyptian, astronomical foundations. Timbuktu in Mali was itself a center of world-class scholarship. The ancient libraries of Timbuktu, which still contain over 700,000 manuscripts, many of them covering science, mathematics, and astronomy, are proof that African scholarly tradition continued, flourished, and never disappeared, even as European colonialism attempted to bury it. The legacy of African astronomy is not merely historical, it is alive today. South Africa is currently home to one of the most ambitious astronomical projects in human history, the Square Kilometer Array, or SKA, a network of thousands of radio telescope dishes that will be the world's most powerful radio telescope when completed. It is being built on African soil, operated partly by African scientists, and represents a conscious reconnection with Africa's astronomical heritage. The Borana calendar is still used today by Borana communities in Ethiopia and Kenya. The Dogon still maintain their cosmological traditions. The great stone sites of Napta Playa, Namoratunga, and Great Zimbabwe still stand as witnesses to what African minds achieved. African astronomy did not end, it was interrupted, it was suppressed, and now it is rising again. There is one final piece of this legacy that belongs to every human being on earth. The Homo sapiens, all of us, emerged from Africa. The first humans who looked up at the stars and wondered, who first noticed the patterns, who first began the long project of understanding the cosmos, they were African. They were our ancestors, all of ours. When we look up at the night sky, we are continuing a tradition that began in Africa around fires that burned hundreds of thousands of years ago under a sky that has not changed. The stars do not belong to one civilization, but the first eyes that studied them with scientific intent, the first hands that recorded their movements, the first minds that built monuments to honor their meaning, those eyes, hands, and minds were African. What is the lesson of this story? It is not simply that the ancient Africans were smart. Of course they were. All ancient peoples were capable of extraordinary achievement. That is the story of our species. The lesson is about what happens when we tell incomplete stories. When we decide, for reasons of power and politics, that certain peoples contributed nothing, that certain continents were dark while others were bright, we impoverish everyone. We lose knowledge. We lose perspective. We lose truth. The history of science is a global history. Knowledge traveled, it was shared, borrowed, built upon, and a very large portion of that journey began in Africa. The astronomers of ancient Africa did not work in isolation. They were part of a connected, curious, brilliant human story, and they still deserve to be known. The night sky is the same sky that Africans have studied for 50,000 years. When you look up at it tonight, I invite you to remember the stars were read first by African eyes, and those eyes saw something timeless, something true, something that belongs to all of us. Thank you for watching Africa Hidden History. If this documentary moved you, taught you something new, or made you see the African continent differently, please take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel. Every like, every subscription, every comment helps us to keep telling these stories, stories that the world needs to hear. Share this documentary with someone who needs to know this history. Share it with the student, with the teacher, with anyone who thinks they know Africa's story, but who has only been told half of it. And if you want to go deeper into the world of Africa's hidden history, our next documentary explores the ancient kingdom of Kush and the black pharaohs of Nubia, the African kings who ruled Egypt and built their own extraordinary civilization south of the Nile. You will not want to miss it. Africa's history is deep, it is powerful, it is extraordinary, and it is hidden no longer. Until next time, keep looking up. The stars remember everything. There are more Benin bronzes sitting in European museums right now than in all of Nigeria combined. Thousands of sacred masks, royal thrones, ceremonial swords, and bronze plaques taken during the colonial period are still on display in London, Paris, Berlin, and Brussels. Some are locked away in storage rooms that tourists never see. But here's the twist. 2026 has actually been one of the biggest years yet for these objects finally going home. So in this video, we're doing something most videos on this topic don't do. We are going museum by museum, country by country, to show you exactly where these artifacts are right now, what's actually being returned, and what's still stuck in limbo. Let's get into it. Between the late 1800s and mid 1900s, European powers didn't just colonize African land, they extracted its culture. Royal courts were raided during military campaigns. Religious objects were confiscated by missionaries who saw them as idols. Entire palace treasuries were shipped to Europe as war trophies, then sold off to museums and private collectors. The result? An estimated 90,000 plus African artifacts in French public museums alone, and tens of thousands more scattered across British, German, Belgian, and American institutions. Some estimates suggest up to 90% of sub-Saharan Africa's material cultural heritage now sits outside the continent. For over a century, most of it stayed put. But in the last few years, and especially in 2026, that started to shift. Not completely, not evenly, but enough that it's worth mapping out exactly where things stand right now. Quick note before we continue: if you find this kind of deep dive valuable, subscribing helps a lot. We're building out a full series on colonial history and cultural restitution. Okay, let's break down how this all started. The most famous case, and the one you'll hear referenced constantly, is the 1897 Benin Expedition. British forces invaded Benin City in modern-day Nigeria in what was officially framed as retaliation for an earlier ambush. In reality, it was also a resource grab. Troops looted the royal palace of the Oba, seizing thousands of bronze and ivory artifacts that had been created over centuries to commemorate Benin's kings and history. Those objects were shipped back to Britain, where many were sold at auction to cover the cost of the expedition itself. This pattern repeated across the continent. In Central Africa, Belgian colonial administrators and King Leopold II's agents stripped the Congo of ceremonial objects, masks, and religious items, many ending up in what's now Belgium's Africa Museum. In West Africa, French colonial troops looted royal treasuries in places like Dahomey, modern-day Benin, including sacred objects tied to Vodun religious practice. Missionaries also played a major role, often confiscating religious carvings and masks they considered pagan, then donating or selling them to European ethnographic museums, which were booming in popularity in the late 19th and early 20th centuries as symbols of empire and scientific curiosity. The key thing to understand, this wasn't random theft, it was systematic. A mix of military conquest, religious suppression, and a genuine market demand back in Europe for exotic curiosities. And it built the foundations of some of the world's most visited museums today. So where did all of it end up? Let's go institution by institution. The British Museum, London. The British Museum holds roughly 900 Benin bronzes, one of the largest single collections in the world. Here's the complication. The museum is legally barred from permanently giving them away under the British Museum Act of 1963, which prevents deaccessioning most items in its collection. Instead of full returns, the museum has focused on long-term loans, an approach many Nigerian officials and cultural advocates reject, arguing it treats the rightful owners like borrowers of their own heritage. The Louvre and Musée du Quai Branly, Paris, France, holds the largest African artifact collection of any Western nation. An estimated 90,000 objects with roughly 70,000 at the Musée du Quai Branly alone. For years, French law treated public collections as inalienable, meaning items legally couldn't be given away at all, regardless of how they were acquired. That changed in 2026. France passed a new restitution framework law, finally giving the government a legal path to return looted colonial-era objects without needing a separate act of parliament for every single item. It followed years of pressure that started with President Macron's 2017 pledge in Burkina Faso. Some individual returns had already happened before this, including objects returning to Benin and Senegal. But the new law is designed to speed up a process that had moved at a frustratingly slow pace for nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the Louvre has also expanded its African and Islamic art wing, meaning some looted pieces are now more visible to the public than ever, even as restitution requests for specific items remain pending. Germany, Humboldt Forum, and beyond Germany was actually ahead of the curve here. Back in 2022, German state museums transferred ownership of over 1,100 Benin artifacts to Nigeria's National Commission for Museums and Monuments. That momentum has continued. In 2026, additional German institutions have moved forward with further returns, and Germany is often cited as the model other countries are now measuring themselves against. Switzerland was never a colonial power in Africa, but that hasn't stopped its museums from acting. In 2026, 3 Swiss institutions, the Rietberg Museum, the University of Zurich's Ethnographic Museum, and Geneva's Musée d'Ethnographie, agreed to transfer ownership of 28 Benin objects back to Nigeria. Some pieces are being physically repatriated immediately, others remain on loan in Switzerland for now, even though legal ownership has already shifted to Nigeria. The Netherlands. In 2025, the Netherlands completed the single largest Benin bronze restitution to date, returning 119 objects a milestone that many say helped accelerate the wave of 2026 returns that followed. Belgium's Africa Museum in Tervuren still holds one of the largest Congo-related colonial collections in the world. Progress here has been slower and more contested than in Germany or the Netherlands, partly due to the sheer scale of what was taken and ongoing disputes over documentation and provenance. The United States, less discussed but still significant. American institutions like the Smithsonian and the Metropolitan Museum of Art hold African colonial era artifacts as well. The Smithsonian has moved on some restitutions in recent years, while the Met has faced increasing pressure and scrutiny over its own African collections provenance. Here's where it gets complicated, because returned doesn't always mean what you'd think. In February 2026, Cambridge University transferred legal ownership of 116 Benin bronzes to Nigerian authorities, a move some observers called a potential domino effect trigger for other institutions still holding out. But even when ownership transfers, physical objects don't always move right away. In the Swiss case we mentioned, only 2 of the 11 Rietberg Museum objects were repatriated immediately, with the rest staying in Zurich on loan, despite Nigeria now legally owning them. There's also an unresolved question happening inside Nigeria itself. Who actually gets custody once artifacts come home? The federal government or the Oba of Benin, the traditional royal whose ancestors originally commissioned these objects? In 2023, Nigeria's government formally recognized the Oba's ownership rights, which was meant to simplify things. Instead, it created new tension over where returned artifacts should physically be housed. A planned museum, the Museum of West African Art in Benin City, was meant to display many of these returned pieces, but disputes over ownership stalled those plans. And as of mid-2026, that museum reportedly holds no Benin bronzes at all. Most returned items are currently held in existing Nigerian museums instead, while planning continues for a dedicated royal museum near the historic palace site. Beyond Nigeria, the restitution wave has spread elsewhere. In 2025, Ghana's Asante King received over 100 looted gold and silver royal regalia from British and South African collections, part of the same broader continental push. The bigger picture? Momentum is real, but it's uneven. Some countries are moving fast, others, particularly Britain, remain legally and politically resistant, and even successful returns often reveal a second set of challenges: funding, infrastructure, and internal disputes over who gets to steward the heritage once it's finally home. Looking ahead, a few trends are worth watching. First, expect more European countries to follow France's lead and pass broader legal frameworks, rather than negotiating one object at a time, since that's clearly what's accelerated things in Germany, the Netherlands, and now France. Second, Britain remains the biggest question mark. With the British Museum legally blocked from deaccessioning under the 1963 Act, real change would likely require an act of the UK Parliament, something that hasn't happened yet, despite growing public pressure. Third, there's a growing conversation about digital repatriation, high-resolution 3D scans, and virtual museum access as a partial stopgap, while physical returns remain slow or legally blocked. Critics argue this shouldn't replace actual restitution, but it's increasingly used as an interim step. And finally, the question of within Africa stewardship is becoming just as important as the return itself. As we saw with the Nigeria-Oba dispute, getting objects back is only step one. Building the museums, conservation infrastructure, and governance to properly house them is the harder, longer-term project. So here's where things actually stand in 2026. Thousands of African artifacts have finally started coming home after more than a century. But thousands more remain in places like the British Museum, the Louvre, and Belgium's Africa Museum, tied up in law, politics, and unresolved questions of ownership. 3 quick takeaways. Germany and the Netherlands have moved fastest and furthest. France just passed a major legal shift in 2026 that could unlock many more returns. Britain remains the largest holdout, blocked by 60-year-old legislation. I'll leave you with the question this whole debate keeps circling back to. Should every looted artifact go back unconditionally, or is there a responsible middle ground between preservation, access, and ownership? Drop your take in the comments. I read everyone on this topic. And if you want the next deep dive in this series, check out the video on screen now. Imagine standing before a structure so massive, so perfectly engineered, that even with all our modern technology, we struggle to understand how it was built. Now imagine that this monument is over 4,000 years old, constructed by a civilization that emerged from the heart of Africa when most of the world was still living in scattered villages. Before Greece, before Rome, before Babylon, there was Egypt, a kingdom so powerful, so advanced, that it would rule for 3,000 years, longer than any empire in human history. But here's what they don't tell you in school. Ancient Egypt didn't begin with pyramids and golden masks. It began with something far more mysterious, far more African than most history books dare to admit. This is the untold story of how Africa gave a birth to one of humanity's greatest civilizations, a story of black pharaohs, forgotten kingdoms, and a legacy that changed the world forever. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. Today, we journey back to the very beginning of recorded civilization, to a time when the Nile River Valley transformed from scattered communities into the most sophisticated society the ancient world had ever seen. In this documentary, we will uncover the true origins of ancient Egypt, tracing its roots deep into African prehistory. We'll explore how the first pharaohs united a divided land, how they built monuments that still defy explanation, and how they created systems of writing, medicine, mathematics, and governance that would influence every civilization that came after. But this isn't just a story about pyramids and mummies. This is a story about African innovation, African spirituality, and African power. We'll examine the evidence that mainstream historians often overlook, the connections between ancient Egypt and other African civilizations, and the deliberate erasure of Egypt's African identity in modern scholarship. We'll meet the pharaohs who ruled as living gods, the priests who guarded sacred knowledge, the architects who built for eternity, and the ordinary people who made it all possible. We'll witness the rise of dynasties, the construction of immortal monuments, and the creation of a culture so influential that its echoes still resonate 5,000 years later. By the end of this journey, you'll understand not just how ancient Egypt rose to greatness, but why this story matters today. You'll see how Africa didn't just contribute to world civilization. Africa created the very foundation upon which all other civilizations were built. Let's begin. Our story begins approximately 12,000 years ago at the end of the last ice age. As massive ice sheets retreated across the northern hemisphere, the climate of North Africa underwent a dramatic transformation. What is now the Sahara Desert was once a green, fertile landscape filled with rivers, lakes, and abundant wildlife. Archaeological evidence reveals that ancient African peoples thrived in this region, hunting game, gathering plants, and creating some of humanity's earliest rock art. These weren't primitive savages, these were sophisticated hunter-gatherers who understood astronomy, tracked seasons, and developed complex spiritual beliefs about their relationship with nature. But around 5000 BCE, the climate shifted again. The Sahara began its transformation into the desert we know today. This wasn't a sudden catastrophe, but a gradual process spanning centuries. As grasslands turned to dust and water sources dried up, the peoples of North Africa faced a choice: migrate or die. Many groups moved southward into sub-Saharan Africa, carrying their knowledge and culture with them, but others turned east toward one of the few water sources that remained reliable, one of the few places where life could still flourish. They turned toward the Nile. The Greek historian Herodotus called Egypt the gift of the Nile, and he wasn't exaggerating. This single river, flowing over 4,000 miles from the heart of Africa to the Mediterranean Sea, created a narrow ribbon of fertility through an otherwise barren landscape. Every year, like clockwork, the Nile would flood, depositing rich dark soil along its banks. This wasn't destructive flooding, but a predictable, life-giving phenomenon. The ancient Egyptians called this fertile soil Kemet, meaning black land, in contrast to the Deshret, the red land of the desert. This reliable agricultural cycle meant that communities along the Nile could settle permanently, plant crops, and build surplus food stores. Surplus food meant population growth. Population growth meant specialization of labor, and specialization meant the development of arts, crafts, administration, and eventually civilization itself. By 5000 BCE, dozens of independent communities had established themselves along the Nile. Archaeological excavations have revealed sophisticated settlements with organized layouts, specialized workshops, and evidence of long-distance trade. At sites like Badari, Nakada, and Hierakonpolis, we find evidence of advanced pottery making, metalworking, and artistic traditions. These weren't isolated villages, they were interconnected communities that traded goods, shared ideas, and gradually developed common cultural practices. The art from this period reveals a distinctly African aesthetic, similar to traditions found throughout the continent. Elongated figures, ceremonial objects, and spiritual symbolism all point to shared cultural roots with other African peoples. Over centuries, these communities began to coalesce into two distinct regions. In the north, where the Nile spreads into the Mediterranean, numerous settlements formed what would be called Lower Egypt, represented by the Red Crown. In the south, along the narrow river valley, communities united into Upper Egypt, represented by the White Crown. These weren't just geographical divisions. They represented different cultures, different deities, and different ways of organizing society. Lower Egypt was wetter, more accessible to foreign trade, and culturally diverse. Upper Egypt was more isolated, more traditional, and maintained stronger connections to African spiritual practices. This is crucial to understand. Ancient Egypt did not develop in isolation from the rest of Africa. Archaeological and genetic evidence shows clear connections between early Egyptian populations and peoples from Nubia to the south, the Sahara to the west, and the Horn of Africa to the southeast. The religious practices, burial customs, artistic styles, and social structures of pre-dynastic Egypt all show African origins. The worship of animal deities, the importance of ancestor veneration, the concept of divine kingship, all these are fundamentally African traditions that Egypt would refine and elaborate but not invent. Particularly important was the relationship with Nubia, the land immediately south of Egypt. Nubian culture was, in many ways, more advanced than early Egypt. Nubia had earlier kingdoms, earlier monumental architecture, and maintained crucial trade networks, bringing gold, ivory, ebony, and exotic goods from deep in Africa. By 3500 BCE, the stage was set for something unprecedented in human history. The Nile Valley had everything needed for civilization: reliable food sources, natural defenses in the form of deserts on both sides, a highway for transportation and communication in the form of the river, and most importantly, a population of skilled, innovative people with centuries of accumulated knowledge. Settlements were growing into towns, towns were developing hierarchies, local leaders were becoming chiefs, chiefs were becoming kings, and kings were looking beyond their own borders, dreaming of something greater. The age of the pharaohs was about to begin. Before we meet the legendary pharaohs who would unite Egypt, we must understand the people they ruled. Ancient Egyptians were a diverse population, but overwhelmingly of African origin, with features reflecting the full spectrum of African phenotypes. Modern DNA studies and skeletal analysis consistently show that ancient Egyptians were indigenous Northeast Africans sharing genetic markers with Nubians, Ethiopians, and other African populations. The famous Egyptologist Sheikh Anta Diop spent decades proving what should have been obvious. Ancient Egyptians were Black Africans. Pre-dynastic Egypt was divided into approximately 42 regions called nomes, each governed by a local ruler called a nomarch. These nomarchs controlled irrigation systems, collected taxes, administered justice, and commanded small armies. Some nomarchs were more powerful than others, controlling strategic locations, fertile lands, or important trade routes. Competition between these local rulers drove innovation in warfare, administration, and monument building. Each wanted to prove their power and secure their legacy. One of the most mysterious figures from this period is known to us only as Scorpion, named after the hieroglyph symbol found near his image on ancient artifacts. The scorpion mace head discovered at Hierakonpolis shows a ruler wearing the white crown of Upper Egypt, performing a ceremonial irrigation ritual. Scorpion appears to have been one of the first rulers to attempt unification of multiple nomes under a single authority. Archaeological evidence suggests he controlled a significant portion of Upper Egypt and may have conducted military campaigns into Lower Egypt, but ultimate unification would fall to another. Around 3100 BCE, a king named Nama, possibly the same person remembered in later tradition as Menes, achieved what no one had before. He conquered Lower Egypt and united the two lands under a single crown. The famous Nama palette commemorates this achievement, showing the king wearing both the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt. On one side of the palette, Nama is shown wearing the white crown, smiting an enemy with a mace. On the reverse, he wears the red crown, inspecting the decapitated corpses of his enemies. The message is clear. Through military conquest, the two lands have become one. Nama established his capital at Memphis, strategically located at the junction between Upper and Lower Egypt. From here, he could control both regions, monitor the crucial trade routes, and project power in all directions. With this act, ancient Egypt as we know it was born, and the age of the pharaohs began. But Nama wasn't just a king in the ordinary sense. He established a concept that would define Egyptian civilization for 3 millennia, the pharaoh as living God. The Pharaoh wasn't merely appointed by the gods, he was a god incarnate, specifically the living embodiment of Horus, the falcon-headed sky god. This concept of divine kingship has deep African roots. Throughout the continent, from ancient Kush to medieval Mali, from Great Zimbabwe to Ethiopia, African cultures recognize their rulers as sacred intermediaries between the human and divine realms. Egypt took this concept and developed it to its ultimate expression. Supporting the pharaoh's divine status was an increasingly powerful priesthood. These weren't simple religious officials. They were scholars, astronomers, mathematicians, and keepers of sacred knowledge. They interpreted the will of the gods, performed complex rituals, and advised the pharaoh on matters of state. The most important priests served in the temples of major deities like Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Ta, the creator god. But every nome, every town, every village had its local deities and local priests. Religion permeated every aspect of Egyptian life, from the grandest state ceremony to the humblest farming ritual. Behind every great pharaoh stood brilliant architects and engineers. Men like Imhotep, who would later serve Pharaoh Djoser in the Third Dynasty, represented a class of highly educated, highly skilled professionals who turned royal visions into stone reality. These architects understood geometry, astronomy, materials, science, and logistics. They commanded vast workforces, organized supply chains stretching hundreds of miles, and solved engineering problems that still impress us today. They were the unsung heroes of Egypt's golden age. Perhaps no group was more important to Egyptian civilization than the scribes. In a society where literacy was rare, scribes held enormous power. They recorded royal decrees, calculated taxes, documented legal proceedings, copied religious texts, and maintained the historical records that allow us to know this story today. Becoming a scribe required years of training, learning thousands of hieroglyphic symbols, mastering several scripts, and understanding mathematics, law, and religious texts. But the reward was significant. Scribes could rise to positions of great authority regardless of their birth status. It was one of the few paths to social mobility in ancient Egypt. But Egypt's greatness wasn't built by pharaohs, priests, and scribes alone. It was built by millions of ordinary people, farmers who worked the fields, craftsmen who created beautiful objects, soldiers who defended the borders, sailors who navigated the Nile, and laborers who built the monuments. Recent archaeological work has revealed that these weren't slaves, as Hollywood would have us believe. They were paid workers, often organized into specialized teams with housing, food rations, and even medical care provided. They took pride in their work, leaving behind graffiti marking their team's accomplishments. We must also recognize the crucial role of Nubia in Egypt's development. Nubians weren't just neighbors or conquered peoples. They were partners, rivals, sometimes rulers, and always an integral part of Egypt's story. Nubian kingdoms had their own pharaohs, their own pyramids, their own sophisticated culture. At times, Nubian pharaohs ruled Egypt itself, particularly during the 25th dynasty. The relationship between Egypt and Nubia was complex, but fundamentally, it was a relationship between African siblings, not between Europe and Africa, as later colonial narratives would suggest. With Nama's conquest around 3100 BCE, Egypt entered the dynastic period. The first dynasty established Memphis as the administrative capital and began the process of integrating two very different regions into a cohesive state. This wasn't easy. For generations after unification, tensions remained between Upper and Lower Egypt. Early pharaohs spent much of their energy balancing competing interests, suppressing rebellions, and creating new traditions that could unite both regions under a shared identity. The double crown, combining the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, became the ultimate symbol of unified rule. Royal titulary became increasingly complex, with pharaohs taking on multiple names reflecting their dominion over both lands. The early pharaohs established their primary burial ground at Abydos in Upper Egypt, a site that would remain sacred throughout Egyptian history. These early royal tombs were impressive structures, though modest compared to what would come later. Inside these tombs, archaeologists have discovered sophisticated grave goods, finely crafted furniture, jewelry, pottery, and even wine jars labeled with vintage years. This was a civilization already developing complex industries, trade networks, and a refined aesthetic sense. Disturbingly, evidence from First Dynasty tombs suggests that royal burials included human sacrifice, with servants killed to accompany the pharaoh into the afterlife. This practice, found in several early African kingdoms, would eventually be abandoned in favor of symbolic servant figures called Ushabti. The Second Dynasty and internal conflict. The Second Dynasty was marked by internal religious and political conflict. Some pharaohs of this period took names associated with Set, the god of chaos and the desert, rather than Horus, suggesting a power struggle between different factions or regions. Archaeological evidence shows that several Second Dynasty pharaohs faced serious rebellions. Some monuments were deliberately damaged. Some records were erased, suggesting violent political upheavals. Egypt's unity was still fragile, still being tested. The last pharaoh of the Second Dynasty, Khase-Khemui, managed to restore unity, taking a name that meant the two powers appear. His reign marked a turning point, setting the stage for Egypt's first true golden age. Around 2670 BCE, Pharaoh Djoser commissioned a tomb unlike any seen before. His architect Imhotep created the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, the world's first large-scale stone building and the prototype for all pyramids to come. The Step Pyramid started as a traditional mastaba tomb but was expanded upward in stages, creating a 6-layered structure rising over 200 feet high. It was surrounded by a complex of temples, courtyards, and ceremonial buildings, all enclosed within a massive limestone wall. Imhotep himself would be remembered as one of history's greatest geniuses, later deified as a god of wisdom and medicine. He represented the pinnacle of African intellectual achievement, a man who revolutionized architecture, astronomy, and medicine in one lifetime. The Fourth Dynasty represents the absolute pinnacle of pyramid construction. 3 pharaohs, Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, built the 3 great pyramids of Giza, monuments so precisely engineered, so impossibly massive, that they've sparked wonder and speculation for millennia. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, completed around 2560 BCE, contained approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, some weighing up to 70 tons, transported from quarries miles away and assembled with gaps between blocks smaller than a human hair. It stood 481 feet tall, making it the world's tallest structure for over 3,800 years. How was this achieved? Recent archaeological discoveries suggest a combination of methods: ramps, both straight and spiral, water channels for lubrication, teams of workers organized with military precision, and possibly technologies we've yet to fully understand. Excavations of workers' villages near the pyramids reveal that these monuments were built by paid Egyptian workers, not slaves, They lived in organized towns, received regular food rations including meat and beer, and had access to medical care. Graffiti left by work gangs shows pride in their labor, with teams competing for prestige. The Great Sphinx, likely built during Khafre's reign, adds another layer of mystery. This colossal limestone statue with a human head and lion's body has sparked endless debate about its age, purpose, and symbolism. Some evidence suggests it might be even older than the pyramids themselves, possibly carved from a natural limestone outcrop in pre-dynastic times. 5th and 6th dynasties, refinement and expansion. The 5th dynasty shifted focus somewhat from a pyramid building to the construction of sun temples, reflecting the growing importance of the sun, god Ra. Pyramids continued to be built, but were smaller and used different construction techniques. However, this period gave us one of Egypt's most important innovations, the pyramid texts. These are the oldest religious writings in human history, carved into the walls of pyramid burial chambers, providing spells, prayers, and instructions for the pharaoh's journey through the afterlife. The 6th dynasty saw aggressive expansion southward into Nubia and eastward into Sinai. Pharaohs sent trading expeditions to the land of Punt, somewhere on the Red Sea coast, bringing back exotic goods like myrrh, ebony, and leopard skins. This period also gives us some of our first biographical texts. Nobles began decorating their tombs with detailed accounts of their achievements, giving us invaluable insights into daily life, warfare, trade, and administration during the Old Kingdom. Around 2200 BCE, the Old Kingdom collapsed. The exact causes remain debated, but evidence points to a combination of factors. Climate change causing reduced Nile floods, overextension of resources on monument building, and growing power of provincial nomarchs who challenged royal authority. Egypt fragmented into competing regions. Nomarchs declared themselves independent rulers. Two major rival dynasties emerged, one based in Heracleopolis in Lower Egypt, another in Thebes in Upper Egypt. For over a century, Egypt endured civil war, famine, and cultural disruption. Literary texts from this period, like the Admonitions of Ipuwer and the Prophecy of Neferti, describe social chaos, poverty, and the breakdown of traditional order. While possibly exaggerated for literary effect, they reflect real trauma experienced during this period. Yet, even during this dark age, Egyptian culture persisted. Local rulers built temples, artists created beautiful objects, scribes continued writing. This wasn't a return to barbarism, but a period of political decentralization, during which Egyptian culture actually spread more widely throughout society. Around 2055 BCE, Mentuhotep II, a pharaoh from Thebes in Upper Egypt, finally defeated his rivals and reunified Egypt, establishing the 11th dynasty and inaugurating what historians call the Middle Kingdom. Mentuhotep built an innovative mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, combining pyramid, temple, and tomb in a unique design that influenced later constructions. He presented himself as Egypt's savior, the man who restored Ma'at, the cosmic order that Egyptians believed was essential for civilization. The 12th dynasty, beginning around 1985 BCE, represents what many scholars consider classical Egyptian civilization. These pharaohs were master administrators who reorganized the government, launched massive irrigation and land reclamation projects, and created efficient bureaucratic systems that would influence all subsequent Egyptian history. Pharaohs like Amenemhat III transformed the Fayum Depression into a productive agricultural region, building dams, canals, and reservoirs in one of history's first large-scale environmental engineering projects. This wasn't just conquest, it was the creation of new land, new wealth, and new possibilities for Egypt's growing population. These pharaohs also built a chain of massive fortresses in Nubia, controlling trade routes and projecting Egyptian power deep into Africa. These weren't simple military outposts, but sophisticated administrative centers with complex layouts, multiple defensive walls, and impressive architectural features. The Middle Kingdom also produced Egypt's greatest literature. The story of Sinuhe, the tale of the shipwrecked sailor, wisdom texts, and love poetry all flourished during this period. Egyptian language evolved to its classical form, the standard that would be taught to scribes for centuries. Middle Kingdom art became more realistic, showing pharaohs with careworn faces rather than idealized perfection. This reflected a more complex view of kingship, acknowledging the burden of rule while maintaining divine status. Around 1650 BCE, central authority collapsed again. But this time, Egypt faced something unprecedented: foreign invasion and occupation. A Semitic people called the Hyksos, meaning rulers of foreign lands, gradually infiltrated the Nile Delta, eventually establishing their own dynasty, ruling from the city of Avaris. They brought new military technology, particularly the horse-drawn chariot, which gave them a decisive advantage. The Hyksos adopted Egyptian culture, worshipped Egyptian gods, and used Egyptian administrative systems. They didn't destroy Egyptian civilization, but ruled as pharaohs themselves, creating a complex cultural hybrid. However, Egyptian dynasties continued to rule in Thebes in the south. For nearly a century, Egypt was divided between Hyksos rulers in the north and native Egyptian rulers in the south, with Nubian kingdoms watching and sometimes intervening from further south. Around 1570 BCE, the Theban pharaoh Sekenenretau began military campaigns against the Hyksos. His mummy shows brutal head wounds, suggesting he died in battle. His sons continued the fight. Amose Aya finally succeeded in expelling the Hyksos around 1550 BCE, pursuing them into Canaan to ensure they couldn't return. He reunified Egypt once again and established the 18th dynasty, inaugurating the new kingdom, Egypt's imperial age. Importantly, the Egyptians learned from their conquerors. They adopted chariot warfare, improved metallurgy, and developed a more militaristic culture. The trauma of foreign occupation transformed Egypt from an inward-looking civilization into an aggressive empire. Through military campaigns north into Syria, Palestine, and south into Nubia, they created the largest territory Egypt would ever control, stretching from the Euphrates River to the fourth cataract of the Nile. Thutmose III, who reigned from approximately 1479 to 1425 BCE, was Egypt's greatest military strategist, personally leading 17 campaigns, conquering numerous cities, and establishing Egyptian dominance throughout the Near East. He's been called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt, though perhaps Napoleon should be called the Thutmose of France. Egypt became fabulously wealthy. Tribute flowed in from conquered territories, gold from Nubia, cedar from Lebanon, horses from Syria, exotic goods from throughout the known world. Egypt's pharaohs corresponded as equals with the kings of Babylon, Assyria, and the Hittites. But perhaps the most remarkable pharaoh of this dynasty was Hatshepsut, one of the few women to rule Egypt as pharaoh rather than queen. She came to power around 1473 BCE, initially as regent for her young stepson, but then declared herself pharaoh, complete with false beard and male regalia. Hatshepsut focused on trade and building rather than conquest. Her famous expedition to the land of Punt, documented in beautiful reliefs at her mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, brought back myrrh trees, ebony, ivory, and gold. She built extensively throughout Egypt, creating some of its most beautiful monuments. The 18th dynasty also witnessed one of history's strangest episodes, the religious revolution of Akhenaten. Around 1353 BCE, this pharaoh abandoned traditional Egyptian polytheism, declaring that only one god existed, Aten, the sun disk. He moved the capital to a new city, Akhetaten, modern Amarna, and attempted to erase the old gods from Egyptian consciousness. Akhenaten's revolution produced a distinctive art style, with elongated skulls, curved bodies, and intimate family scenes previously unknown in Egyptian art. But it was deeply unpopular. After his death, his successors systematically destroyed his monuments, erased his name, and returned Egypt to traditional religion. One of those successors was the boy king Tutankhamun, who died young around 1323 BCE. Though relatively unimportant in his own time, his intact tomb, discovered in 1922, gave the world its most complete glimpse of royal burial practices and New Kingdom wealth. The 19th dynasty produced Egypt's most famous pharaoh, Ramesses II, known as Ramesses the Great, who reigned for an astonishing 66 years from 1279 to 1213 BCE. Ramesses was Egypt's greatest builder, constructing more monuments, statues, and temples than any other pharaoh. His colossal statues dominated the landscape, his cartouches appeared on buildings throughout Egypt, and his mortuary temple, the Ramesseum, was among the largest ever built. His greatest achievement was Abu Simbel, carved directly into a mountainside in Nubia. 4 massive seated statues of Ramesses, each 67 feet tall, guard the entrance to a temple that extends 180 feet into the rock. Twice a year, on specific dates, sunlight penetrates deep into the temple to illuminate statues of the gods in the inner sanctuary, a feat of astronomical and architectural precision. Ramesses also fought the Hittite Empire at the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BCE, one of the largest chariot battles in history. Though Ramesses claimed total victory in his inscriptions, the battle was actually a stalemate. What's more significant is what followed, the first recorded peace treaty in human history, establishing recognized borders and mutual defense obligations between Egypt and the Hittites. Ramesses lived into his 90s, outliving many of his children and wives. His mummy, discovered in a cache of royal mummies in 1881, shows an elderly man with red hair, arthritic joints, and evidence of dental disease. Even in death, his presence commands respect. But maintaining an empire proved expensive. Later, New Kingdom pharaohs struggled with economic problems, inflation, administrative corruption, and the constant need to defend distant territories. The great building projects became smaller, less frequent, less impressive. Around 1200 BCE, a catastrophe struck the entire eastern Mediterranean. Mysterious groups, collectively called the Sea Peoples, destroyed kingdoms throughout the region. The Hittite Empire collapsed completely. Many Canaanite cities were burned. Egypt barely survived, with Ramesses III fighting off multiple invasions. Ramesses III successfully defended Egypt, but at enormous cost. His reign marked the last period of significant Egyptian power. After his death, Egypt entered a period of slow decline, with the empire gradually fragmenting. The high priests of Ammon in Thebes controlled the south, while various dynasties ruled the north from cities like Tanis. At times, Egypt had multiple pharaohs simultaneously, each claiming legitimacy. Libyan military commanders who had settled in Egypt gradually gained power, eventually establishing their own dynasties. These Libyan pharaohs adopted Egyptian culture completely, proving once again that Egyptian civilization was defined by culture, not ethnicity. The Nubian Renaissance, the 25th dynasty. But the most remarkable development came from the south. The kingdom of Kush in Nubia, which had maintained Egyptian cultural traditions even when Egypt itself declined, invaded and conquered Egypt around 747 BCE. The Nubian pharaohs of the 25th dynasty, particularly Taharqa, presented themselves as restorers of true Egyptian tradition. They renovated temples, revived old religious practices, and built pyramids in both Egypt and Nubia. These black pharaohs from deep in Africa ruled Egypt for nearly a century. The Nubian civilization that produced these pharaohs was sophisticated in its own right, with its own writing system, Meroitic script, ironworking technology, and distinctive artistic traditions. The relationship between Egypt and Nubia was always one of cultural exchange, not simple domination. The Nubian dynasty ended when the Assyrian Empire, armed with superior iron weapons, invaded Egypt around 671 BCE. After brutal warfare, the Nubians withdrew to their homeland in the south, where their civilization would continue to flourish for another 1,000 years. The late period saw brief moments of restored Egyptian independence, particularly under the 26th dynasty, when pharaohs like Psamtik I reunified Egypt and attempted to revive its glory. But Egypt was now surrounded by greater powers and could never again achieve its former dominance. In 525 BCE, the Persian Empire conquered Egypt, making it a province of the largest empire the world had yet seen. Some Persian rulers respected Egyptian culture and ruled as pharaohs. Others were brutal and exploitative. Egyptian nationalism never died, leading to repeated rebellions. In 332 BCE, Alexander the Great of Macedon conquered Egypt, ending Persian rule. The Egyptians welcomed him as a liberator. Alexander visited the oracle of Amun at Saiwa Oasis, where he was declared the son of Amun, a pharaoh in the Egyptian tradition. Alexander founded Alexandria, which would become one of history's greatest cities, a center of learning, trade, and culture that blended Egyptian, Greek, and Near Eastern influences. When Alexander died in 323 BCE, his general Ptolemy took control of Egypt, establishing the Ptolemaic dynasty. The Ptolemaic period, Greek pharaohs, the Ptolemies ruled Egypt as pharaohs for nearly 3 centuries, from 323 to 30 BCE. They adopted Egyptian royal regalia, built temples to Egyptian gods, and maintained many Egyptian traditions, while simultaneously promoting Greek culture and language. They made Alexandria a beacon of learning, establishing the Great Library and the museum, where scholars from throughout the Mediterranean world studied, conducted research, and expanded human knowledge. This was the city where Euclid wrote his geometry, where Eratosthenes calculated Earth's circumference, where the Septuagint translation of the Hebrew Bible was created. The last Ptolemaic ruler and the last pharaoh of independent Egypt was Cleopatra the Seventh. Contrary to popular belief, Cleopatra was an intellectual and a skilled politician who spoke multiple languages, including Egyptian, the first Ptolemaic ruler to do so in centuries. Her relationships with Julius Caesar and Mark Antony were political alliances aimed at preserving Egyptian independence against Roman expansion. She nearly succeeded, but the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE ended her hopes. Rather than be paraded through Rome as a captive, she chose death, reportedly by snake bite, in 30 BCE. With Cleopatra's death, Egypt became a Roman province. The age of the pharaohs, which had lasted over 3,000 years, finally ended. For centuries, Western scholarship has systematically denied or minimized Egypt's African identity. European and American museums, textbooks, and popular media have consistently depicted ancient Egyptians as white or Middle Eastern, despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. This erasure began with Napoleon's invasion of Egypt in 1798. French scholars accompanying his army were amazed by Egypt's monuments, but immediately began constructing narratives that separated Egypt from Africa. They claimed Egypt must have been founded by migrants from Asia or even Europe, refusing to credit African peoples with such achievements. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, racist pseudoscience invented increasingly absurd theories. Ancient Egyptians were a lost white race. They were descended from Atlanteans. They came from a sunken continent. Anything but the obvious truth that they were indigenous Africans. Modern genetic studies consistently show that ancient Egyptians were indigenous Northeast Africans, closely related to modern Ethiopians, Somalis, and Sudanese populations. Skeletal analysis shows African features. Artistic depictions in tombs show people with dark skin, particularly in Nubian contexts. African scholars, particularly Senegalese physicist and historian Cheikh Anta Diop, spent decades proving Egypt's African identity through linguistic analysis, melanin testing of mummies, cultural comparisons, and historical documentation. His work, though initially dismissed by European academics, has been increasingly vindicated by modern science. Egyptian religion wasn't unique or borrowed from Asia. It was fundamentally African. The worship of animal deities, the importance of ancestor spirits, the concept of divine kingship, elaborate burial practices, and the emphasis on cosmic balance all have clear parallels throughout African civilizations. The Dogon people of Mali have astronomical knowledge strikingly similar to ancient Egyptian beliefs. The Yoruba of Nigeria have pantheons of gods resembling Egyptian deities. The concept of Ma'at, cosmic balance, appears throughout African philosophical traditions. These aren't coincidences, but evidence of shared African cultural foundations. A linguistic analysis reveals connections between ancient Egyptian and various African language families. Coptic, the latest form of the Egyptian language, survived into the modern era in the Egyptian Christian Church and shows clear African linguistic structures. One of the most persistent myths is that the pyramids were built by slaves, particularly Hebrew slaves as depicted in biblical stories and Hollywood movies. This is completely false. Archaeological evidence overwhelmingly shows that pyramids were built by paid Egyptian workers. Recent discoveries have revealed sophisticated construction techniques, internal ramps spiraling up inside the pyramid structure, water channels to reduce friction when moving blocks, precise astronomical alignments for orientation, and mathematical knowledge that allowed perfectly level bases and precise angles. Graffiti left by workers shows they were organized into teams with names like Friends of Khufu or Drunkards of Menkore. They took pride in their work. This was a national effort with workers from throughout Egypt participating in a project that would ensure their pharaoh's immortality and by extension Egypt's cosmic harmony. The workers' cemetery at Giza shows that laborers received medical care, were buried with honors, and were not treated as disposable slaves. This was organized labor on a grand scale, but it was Egyptian labor, African labor, building monuments that would outlast empires. Another hidden truth is the remarkable status of women in ancient Egypt. Compared to most ancient civilizations, Egyptian women enjoyed remarkable rights and freedoms. They could own property, conduct business, divorce their husbands, serve as priests, and even rule as pharaohs. Legal texts show women controlling their own wealth, making contracts, and bringing lawsuits. Marriage was viewed as a partnership, not ownership. Women weren't veiled or secluded, but participated fully in public life. While Hatshepsut and Cleopatra are famous, they weren't alone. Sobekneferu ruled in the 12th dynasty. Tausret ruled at the end of the 19th dynasty. Several queens served as regents wielding real power. This wasn't an accident, but reflected deeper cultural values about female capability and divine feminine power. Egyptian religion placed goddesses in positions of ultimate power. Isis was the goddess of magic, more powerful than even Ra. Hathor was the goddess of love, joy, and also violence. Sekhmet was the lion-headed warrior goddess who nearly destroyed humanity. Divine power wasn't exclusively masculine in Egyptian thought. Ancient Egypt possessed medical knowledge far ahead of its time. The Edwin Smith papyrus, dating to around 1600 BCE but copying older texts, describes 48 surgical cases with remarkable anatomical accuracy. It distinguishes between treatable, possibly treatable, and untreatable conditions. A rational approach to medicine. Egyptian physicians performed surgery, set broken bones, treated wounds, prescribed medications, and even created prosthetics. A mummy from around 950 BCE was found with a prosthetic big toe made of wood and leather, fully functional and showing signs of long use. Egyptian mathematics was sophisticated enough to calculate the volume of pyramids, determine the area of circles, solve linear equations, and work with fractions. The Rind mathematical papyrus shows the Egyptians understood geometry, algebra, and practical mathematics centuries before the Greeks. Egyptian astronomy allowed precise calendar creation, prediction of Nile floods based on stellar observations, and orientation of buildings to celestial events. The Egyptian calendar of 365 days was later adopted by Rome and forms the basis of our modern calendar. Perhaps the most suppressed aspect of Egyptian history is its intimate relationship with Nubia. Western scholarship has often portrayed Nubia as Egypt's primitive southern neighbor, when in reality, Nubian civilization was often equal to or ahead of Egypt. Recent archaeological work shows that in pre-dynastic times, Nubia may have been more culturally advanced than Egypt. The A group culture in Nubia had wealthy burials and long-distance trade before similar developments in Egypt. Some scholars now argue that the concept of kingship itself may have traveled north from Nubia to Egypt. The 25th dynasty proves that Nubians could rule Egypt as successfully as any native Egyptian dynasty. The cultural exchange between Egypt and Nubia was a bi-directional, with ideas, gods, artistic styles, and technologies flowing both ways. When Egypt fell to foreign powers, Nubian kingdoms continued to thrive. The kingdom of Kush maintained Egyptian cultural traditions, built pyramids more than Egypt itself, and survived until 350 CE, long after Egypt had lost its independence. Ancient Egypt wasn't isolated from the rest of Africa, but was deeply connected through trade networks extending throughout the continent. Gold from West Africa, ebony from Central Africa, incense from the Horn of Africa, and exotic animals from throughout the continent all flowed through Egypt. These weren't just material goods, but cultural exchanges, religious ideas, artistic styles, technological innovations, and political concepts circulated throughout African trade networks. Egypt was the most famous node in these networks, but it was part of a larger African world. The mysterious land of Punt, which Egyptians visited for centuries, was most likely located in what is now Somalia, Eritrea, or nearby regions. The reliefs showing Punt's queen with distinctive features, the goods brought back mere gold ebony animals, all point to an East African location. Ancient Greece openly acknowledged its debt to Egypt. Greek philosophers like Thales, Pythagoras, and Plato traveled to Egypt to study with Egyptian priests. Much of what we call Greek mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy was actually learned from African sources. Greek architecture borrowed heavily from Egypt. Columns, capitals, and the entire concept of monumental stone temples came from Egypt. The famous Greek orders, Doric, Ionic, Corinthian, evolved from Egyptian prototypes. Rome was even more explicit in borrowing from Egypt. After conquering Egypt, Romans transported obelisks to Rome, where they still stand today, adopted Egyptian gods into Roman religion, particularly Isis worship, and borrowed Egyptian administrative systems. Egyptian religious concepts profoundly influenced both Judaism and Christianity. The concept of judgment after death, resurrection, the triumph of good over evil, even monotheism itself through Akhenaten's revolution, all had Egyptian precedents that influenced later religions. During the Islamic Golden Age, Muslim scholars studied ancient Egypt intensely, preserving knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. The word chemistry comes from alchem, the Arabic name for Egypt, reflecting Egypt's reputation for advanced knowledge. Egypt's influence flowed throughout Africa. Nubian kingdoms continued Egyptian traditions. Aksumite, Ethiopia, adopted Egyptian architectural elements and religious concepts. West African kingdoms like Ghana, Mali, and Songhai built on Egyptian administrative models. The concept of divine kingship, elaborate court rituals, monumental architecture, complex religious systems all continued throughout African history in kingdoms from Great Zimbabwe to the Kingdom of Congo. Egypt wasn't an isolated phenomenon, but the most developed expression of broader African cultural patterns. Modern African nations recognize Egypt as part of their shared heritage. Pan-African movements have consistently pointed to Egypt as proof of African civilization's antiquity and sophistication. Egypt represents African potential, African achievement, African genius. Modern Egypt maintains a complex relationship with its ancient past. The monuments attract millions of tourists, generating crucial revenue. Egyptian national identity incorporates pharaonic symbolism alongside Arab and Islamic elements. Egypt has increasingly asserted control over its archaeological heritage, demanding the return of artifacts from Western museums and developing world-class facilities like the Grand Egyptian Museum to display its treasures. Globally, interest in ancient Egypt remains intense. New discoveries continue to reshape our understanding. Advanced technologies like satellite archaeology, DNA analysis, and 3D modeling reveal secrets that have remained hidden for millennia. Tragically, much of Egypt's heritage has been destroyed. Early Christians and Muslims sometimes destroyed pagan temples. European collectors looted monuments. Early archaeologists destroyed contexts in their rush for treasure. Climate change and modern development continue to threaten sites. The loss of the Great Library of Alexandria, burned multiple times over centuries, destroyed an irreplaceable repository of ancient knowledge. Who knows what we might have learned if those hundreds of thousands of scrolls had survived. Yet what survives is still extraordinary. Thousands of temples, tombs, and monuments, millions of artifacts in museums worldwide. countless papyrus texts revealing everything from religious beliefs to grocery lists, and most remarkably, the Egyptian language itself, which survived in Coptic and was eventually deciphered through the Rosetta Stone in 1822. Egyptology remains a vibrant field with new discoveries constantly changing our understanding. The tomb of Tutankhamun was found only in 1922. The Workers' Cemetery at Giza was excavated in the 1990s. New pyramids are still being discovered using satellite technology. Debates continue about Egypt's racial identity, its relationships with other civilizations, and how to interpret its legacy. These aren't just academic questions, but deeply political ones involving issues of African identity, colonialism's legacy, and who gets to tell history. Increasingly, African scholars are reclaiming Egyptian history from Western-dominated narratives. They are highlighting African continuities, challenging racist interpretations, and placing Egypt firmly within African history where it belongs. What can modern civilization learn from ancient Egypt? First, that Africa has always been at the forefront of human achievement. The narrative of Africa as a dark continent waiting for European enlightenment is a lie. Africa enlightened the world. Second, Egypt teaches us about sustainability and long-term thinking. A civilization that lasted 3,000 years understood something about balance, about living within limits, about building for eternity rather than a short-term gain. Third, Egypt shows what human cooperation can achieve. The pyramids weren't built by slaves, but by organized communities working toward shared goals. When people unite with common purpose, when they believe in something greater than themselves, they can accomplish the impossible. Fourth, Egypt reminds us that knowledge must be preserved and transmitted. The scribes who copied texts, the priests who guarded wisdom, the teachers who trained students, they ensured that Egyptian civilization survived across millennia. In our digital age, we must ask, what are we preserving for future generations? Finally, Egypt teaches us about cultural exchange and adaptation. Egyptian civilization absorbed influences from throughout Africa and the Mediterranean, adapting them creatively while maintaining core values. Great civilizations aren't isolated but actively engage with the world around them. Standing on the banks of the Nile today, you can see the same river that nourished the world's first great civilization. The water flows north just as it did 5,000 years ago. The desert stretches east and west just as it always has. The sun rises and sets with the same reliability that allowed ancient Egyptians to create a calendar that we still use. But something profound has changed. The civilization that once seemed eternal has passed into history, leaving behind monuments so massive that they dwarf the people who now live among them. These stone witnesses stand as reminders of what human beings can achieve when they believe in something greater than themselves. The story of ancient Egypt is fundamentally a story about African achievement. It demolishes the racist narrative that Africa contributed nothing to world civilization. Africa didn't just contribute. Africa led, Africa innovated, Africa built monuments that still inspire awe. Africa developed systems of knowledge that other civilizations would later adopt and claim as their own. For centuries, Western scholarship worked to separate Egypt from Africa, to claim its achievements for white civilization or mysterious lost races, but the evidence is overwhelming and undeniable. Ancient Egyptians were black Africans who built one of history's greatest civilizations through their own genius, their own labor, their own vision. Egypt's 3,000-year continuity teaches us something profound about cultural resilience. Despite invasions, famines, civil wars, and foreign occupation, Egyptian civilization maintained its core identity across millennia. The same gods were worshipped, the same artistic conventions followed, the same language spoken for longer than the entire span of recorded Western history. This wasn't because the Egyptians were isolated or unchanging. They constantly adapted, absorbed new ideas, and responded to challenges. But they did so while maintaining a strong sense of who they were, what they valued, and where they came from. Yet the greatest tragedy of Egyptian history isn't its eventual decline, but how it's been erased, distorted, and appropriated. Walk into almost any Western museum and you'll see Egyptian artifacts torn from their context, displayed as curiosities, their African origins downplayed or denied. Watch almost any Hollywood movie about ancient Egypt and you'll see white actors are playing pharaohs, European features imposed on African faces, and a civilization that looks more like Rome than Africa. This isn't innocent artistic license, it's cultural theft on a massive scale. The fight to reclaim Egypt's true history, to restore its African identity, to give credit where credit is due, continues. Every time we tell this story accurately, every time we challenge the false narratives, every time we center Africa in Egypt's story, we strike a blow against the lies that have sustained racism and colonialism. For modern Africa, Egypt's legacy carries multiple meanings. It proves that Africa has always been capable of greatness, that African civilizations have risen to heights that rivaled or exceeded any other civilization. When people claim that Africa needs outside intervention to develop, Egypt stands as evidence that Africa has always had the capacity to shape its own destiny. But Egypt's legacy also carries a warning. Great civilizations can fall, knowledge can be lost, glory can fade. The monuments that seemed eternal can become tourist attractions in someone else's narrative. Maintaining civilization requires constant effort, constant vigilance, constant commitment to preserving and transmitting knowledge across generations. Yet Egypt's story transcends Africa. It speaks to all humanity about what we're capable of achieving when we organize ourselves effectively, when we think beyond our individual lifetimes, when we commit to something larger than ourselves. The mathematical precision of the pyramids, the architectural sophistication of the temples, the medical knowledge recorded in papyri, the literary beauty of Egyptian texts, all these represent human potential at its highest expression. They remind us that our ancestors, regardless of where they lived, were brilliant, capable, and creative. Egyptian wisdom texts, with their emphasis on justice, truth, balance, and social responsibility, still speak to us across the millennia. The concept of Ma'at, the cosmic balance that must be maintained for society to function, seems remarkably relevant in our modern world of ecological crisis and social instability. The Nile still flows, life still flourishes along its banks, and the monuments still stand, slowly eroding but still magnificent, still inspiring wonder in everyone who sees them. Ancient Egypt ended over 2,000 years ago, but its legacy endures in ways both obvious and subtle. Modern engineers still study in pyramid construction. Modern astronomers examine Egyptian star charts. Modern artists draw inspiration from Egyptian aesthetics. The ancient Egyptians achieved something that even they might not have fully understood. They built not just monuments, but ideas, not just tombs, but concepts that would outlive them by millennia. This is the ultimate lesson of ancient Egypt. True greatness transcends time. When you create something meaningful, when you build something beautiful, when you establish principles worth living by, you achieve a form of immortality that no tomb, no matter how grand, can guarantee. The story of ancient Egypt is one of the greatest stories ever told. It's a story of African genius, of human potential, of civilization rising from the banks of a river to transform the world. It's a story that has been hidden, distorted, and appropriated, but which refuses to die because the evidence is written in stone that will outlast us all. Here at Africa Hidden History, we are committed to telling the true stories of African civilizations, free from colonial distortions and racist erasures. Ancient Egypt is just one chapter in Africa's extraordinary history. There are so many more stories to tell. In upcoming episodes, we'll explore the kingdom of Kush and the black pharaohs who ruled from Nubia, the ancient kingdom of Aksum in Ethiopia, and its connections to the legends of the Queen of Sheba, the great West African empires of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and the mysteries of great Zimbabwe and the advanced civilizations of Southern Africa. If you want to continue this journey through Africa's hidden history, make sure to subscribe to this channel and hit that notification bell. Every week, we bring you a new documentary exploring the stories that mainstream history ignores or distorts. Leave a comment below telling us what aspect of ancient Egypt fascinates you most. What would you like to know more about? What questions do you still have? What other African civilizations should we cover next? Your engagement helps us grow and reach more people with these important stories. Follow us on social media for behind-the-scenes content, additional research materials, and ongoing discussions about African history. We're building a community of people committed to learning and sharing the true history of Africa. Remember, history isn't just about the past. It's about understanding who we are, where we came from, and what we're capable of achieving. Every time we reclaim a hidden story, every time we challenge a false narrative, every time we center African voices in African history, we take back power. The ancient Egyptians believed that the sun died every evening and was reborn every morning, a cycle of death and renewal that would continue forever. In the same way, the truth of Egypt's African identity died in colonial narratives, but is being reborn in the work of scholars, educators, and communities committed to historical accuracy. The sun rises on a new understanding of Africa's past, and it's glorious. This has been Africa Hidden History. Until next time, keep searching for the truth, keep questioning the narratives, and keep celebrating Africa's extraordinary legacy. Imagine a world where a queen led armies of 10,000 warriors across a continent, where a woman sat upon the most powerful throne on earth, not because a man placed her there, but because she seized it herself. Imagine a ruler who stared down the mighty Roman Empire and forced its generals to negotiate on her terms while missing an eye from the battlefield. A pharaoh who built some of the greatest monuments in human history, then watched as the rulers who came after her tried to erase her name from every wall, every pillar, every stone. History has spent centuries trying to silence them, to bury their names, to paint them as footnotes in a story that was never supposed to be theirs. But the soil of Africa remembers, and today we are going to remember together. This is the story of African queens, not myths, not legends born from imagination, real women, real power, real Africa. Africa is the oldest inhabited continent on earth. Its civilization stretched back thousands of years before the great empires of Europe were even imagined. And within those civilizations, from the Nile Valley of ancient Egypt to the savannas of West Africa, to the highlands of East Africa and the forests of Central Africa, women held power that shook the world. In this documentary, we will journey across more than 3,000 years of African history, We will meet women who ruled empires, led armies, negotiated treaties, and inspired revolutions. We will tell their stories in full, but not as supporting characters in someone else's history, but as the protagonists they truly were. We will begin in ancient Egypt, where a woman wore the double crown of the pharaohs and built monuments that still stand today. We will travel to Nubia, to the kingdom of Kush, where a one-eyed warrior queen fought the legions of Rome. We will journey to the Ethiopian highlands, where the Queen of Sheba built a dynasty that still claims its legacy. We will cross West Africa to meet the iron-walled Queen of Zazao. We will enter the courts of Central Africa, where Queen Nzinga outsmarted the most powerful colonial empire of her age. And we will stand in the final years of the 19th century as Africa fought, with women at the front lines against foreign conquest. These are not simple stories. They are complex, layered, and sometimes contradictory, as all great histories are, but they are true, and they are African, and they deserve to be told. To understand Africa's queens, we must first understand the world they were born into. And for much of the ancient world, that world was defined by the Nile. The Nile River is not simply a river. It is the spine of one of the greatest civilizations humanity has ever produced. For 5,000 years, Egypt and its southern neighbor at the kingdom of Kush, also called Nubia, developed cultures of extraordinary sophistication. Agriculture, architecture, religion, mathematics, medicine, all of it flourished along this river's banks. In ancient Egypt, the concept of kingship was divine. The pharaoh, regardless of gender, was considered the earthly embodiment of the god Horus, and upon death became Osiris himself. This is crucial to understanding how women came to hold the highest office in the land. In Egyptian theology, if a woman was called by the gods, if the political moment demanded it, there was precedent and framework for female rule. It was not common, but it was possible. And when it happened, those women ruled with the full weight of divine authority behind them. To the south of Egypt, the kingdom of Kush, centered in what is today Sudan, was Egypt's twin civilization. They shared gods, shared art forms, and for a time, Kushite rulers actually conquered and ruled all of Egypt. The Kushite Nubian world placed enormous value on the role of women in governance. Queens, or Kandakes as they were known, held real political and military authority. This was not ceremonial. Kandakes commanded armies. Kandakes conducted diplomacy. And as we will see, one Kandake stood toe-to-toe with the Roman Empire itself. Further east, the Horn of Africa nurtured one of the world's most ancient and continuous civilizations. The highlands of Ethiopia sheltered kingdoms that traced their origins to the earliest days of human civilization. The city of Aksum, which would become one of the ancient world's greatest trading empires, sat at the crossroads of Africa, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean trade routes. This was a world rich in gold, ivory, spices, and incense. A world connected to India, to Persia, to Rome, to Arabia. And in the oral and written traditions of this world, the story of a great queen, known in Ethiopia as Makeda, in Hebrew tradition as the Queen of Sheba, was recorded as one of the foundational events of the civilization. Her meeting with King Solomon of Israel was not merely a love story. It was a political and cultural alliance that would define the religious and royal identity of Ethiopia for 3,000 years. Moving to West Africa, we enter a world of extraordinary political and commercial complexity. Between the 4th and 16th centuries, West Africa was home to a succession of great empires. Ghana, Mali, Songhai, that controlled the trans-Saharan gold and salt trade. These were among the wealthiest states in the medieval world. The city of Timbuktu was a center of Islamic scholarship that housed a university and hundreds of thousands of manuscripts. Within this broad West African world, the Hausa city-states of northern Nigeria developed as centers of commerce, manufacturing, and governance. The city of Zazzau, today's Zaria, was one of the centers, and it was here in the 16th century that a young woman named Amina would grow up watching her mother rule, then seize the throne herself and reshape the entire political geography of the region. In the 16th and 17th centuries, Central Africa was experiencing one of the most traumatic transformations in human history. The transatlantic slave trade, driven by Portuguese, then other European powers, was systematically destroying African societies, stealing millions of people, and reshaping entire kingdoms. Into this crisis was born Ana de Souza Nzinga, Queen Nzinga, of the Ndongo and Matamba kingdoms of present-day Angola. She would become one of the most formidable political figures of the 17th century anywhere in the world. A diplomat, a military commander, a strategist, and a woman who refused for more than 4 decades to surrender her people to colonial enslavement. By the 19th century, European colonial ambitions had escalated dramatically. The Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885 formalized what became known as the Scramble for Africa. European powers literally sitting at a table in Germany and dividing an entire continent they had never fully explored without consulting a single African leader. But Africa did not simply accept this. Across the continent, African peoples organized, armed, and resisted. And in that resistance, in Ghana, in Zimbabwe, in Kenya, women stood at the very forefront. Women who led armies, women who carried the spiritual authority that gave soldiers the courage to fight, women who paid with their lives rather than surrender their dignity and their freedom. These are the worlds our queens inhabited. Now let us meet them. Hatshepsut, born around 1507 BC, daughter of Pharaoh Thutmose I, wife of Pharaoh Thutmose II, and stepmother and regent to the boy, King Thutmose III. What she did next would make her one of the most remarkable rulers in all of human history. She declared herself Pharaoh, not queen, not regent, Pharaoh. She wore the ceremonial beard, she took the titles, and she ruled Egypt with extraordinary competence for more than 20 years. Her motivations were not mere ambition. She was protecting a kingdom, stabilizing a transition, and in doing so, she launched one of Egypt's most prosperous eras, building trade routes to the mysterious land of Pent, constructing the breathtaking temple at Deir el-Bahari, and erecting the tallest obelisks Egypt had ever seen. Makeda, the Queen of Sheba, known in Ethiopian tradition as Makeda, in Arabic tradition as Bilqis. She ruled a kingdom of extraordinary wealth in the region spanning modern Ethiopia and southern Arabia around the 10th century BC. Ancient texts describe her as a ruler of such renown that she undertook a monumental journey to Jerusalem to test the wisdom of King Solomon. But she was not a woman seeking a man's approval. She was conducting geopolitics, forging alliances, securing trade relationships, and gathering intelligence about the growing power of Israel. Amanirenas, Kandake of the kingdom of Kush, reigning around 40 BC to 10 AD, when Rome, fresh from conquering Egypt, turned its imperial gaze south toward Nubia. Amanirenas did not wait to be conquered. She attacked first. She led her armies personally into Roman-held territory, tore down statues of the Emperor Augustus, and buried the head of one beneath the steps of a temple so that her people could walk over the conqueror every single day. Dihya, known to history as Akahina. She was a Berber queen of the Ores Mountains of North Africa, present-day Algeria, and in the late 7th century, she led the most powerful indigenous resistance to the Arab Islamic conquest of North Africa. Her name means the prophetess or the sorceress in Arabic, a name given by her enemies who could not explain how she kept defeating their armies. But there was no magic. There was strategy, courage, and the loyalty of a people. Amina of Zazao, born around 1533 in what is now northern Nigeria, daughter of Queen Bakwa Turunku, herself a queen regnant. Amina grew up in the halls of power, trained in warfare, and by the time she ascended the throne of Zazao, she was already a seasoned military commander. Over the next 3 decades, she would expand her kingdom's territory to its greatest extent in history, constructing a chain of defensive walls, some of which still exist today, across the entire region. Nzinga Mbande, born in 1583 in the kingdom of Ndongo, present-day Angola. From her earliest years, she showed political gifts that others recognized. When her brother, the king, was overwhelmed by Portuguese aggression, it was Nzinga who was sent to negotiate. The Portuguese governor, in a deliberate act of humiliation, offered her no chair. Nzinga had one of her attendants kneel on all fours and sat upon their back as though upon a throne. She would never be humiliated by European colonizers again. Aya Asantewa, born around 1840 in the Ashanti kingdom of present-day Ghana, Queen Mother of Ejisu. In 1900, when the British colonial governor demanded the Ashanti hand over their most sacred symbol, the golden stool, the seat of the Ashanti soul, it was Ya Asantewa who stood up in the council of male chiefs and delivered words that would echo through history. If you men will not do it, then we women will. Nehanda Charwe Nyakasikana, a Shona spirit medium from present-day Zimbabwe who lived in the latter half of the 19th century. She was not a queen in the conventional sense. She held something perhaps even more powerful, spiritual authority. To the Shona people, she was a vessel for Nehanda Chawe, one of their most revered ancestral spirits. When the British South Africa Company invaded their lands in the 1890s, it was Nehanda who sanctioned the first great uprising, the first Chimurenga, and who, even at the moment of her execution, refused to convert to Christianity, crying out, "My bones shall rise again." Mekatilili wa Menza, born around 1840 among the Giriama people of Costa Kenya. Already an elder woman when the British colonial administration began appropriating Giriama land and forcing their young men into labor gangs, Mekatilili traveled from village to village, performing traditional dances, invoking ancestral spirits, and building a Pan-Giriama resistance movement that the British found utterly impossible to contain. 9 extraordinary women, 9 extraordinary stories. Let us begin. It begins in the land of the pharaohs, Egypt, 1507 BC. A girl is born into the royal house of the 18th dynasty. Her name is Hatshepsut, foremost of noble women. Her father, Pharaoh Thutmose I, recognized in his daughter something extraordinary. He gave her an education fit for a prince: theology, statecraft, military strategy. She learned to read and write hieroglyphs. She studied the sacred texts of Amon-Ra. She understood from childhood that power was not merely inherited. It was constructed, legitimized, and maintained through symbols, relationships, and will. When her father died and her half-brother Thutmose II became pharaoh, Hatshepsut became his great royal wife, the highest female office in Egypt. But Thutmose II was a weak and sickly ruler. He died young, leaving behind a male heir too young to reign, Thutmose III, a child of a lesser wife. Hatshepsut became regent. The regency was supposed to be temporary, a bridge until the boy came of age. But Hatshepsut looked at Egypt, its unstable borders, its need for strong governance, its complex priestly and administrative bureaucracy, and she made a decision that would define her legacy forever. Within the first few years of the regency, Hatshepsut declared herself not regent, but pharaoh. She wore the double crown. She wore the forced ceremonial beard. She commanded the armies. She performed the religious rites. She was, by every measure that mattered in ancient Egypt, the king. How did she justify this? With theology. Hatshepsut commissioned reliefs on her temple walls depicting her own divine conception. The god Ammon himself, she claimed, came to her mother in the night, and she was born of this divine union. She was not usurping the throne. She was fulfilling divine destiny, and then she ruled with extraordinary competence. Under Hatshepsut, Egypt was at peace. Trade flourished. She sent a famous expedition to the land of Punt, believed to be modern-day Somalia or Eritrea, returning with exotic animals, living incense trees, gold, and ebony. The story of this expedition is carved in incredible detail on the walls of her mortuary temple, one of the most detailed records of a trading mission in all of ancient history. She built God's house. She built the temple of Deir el-Bahari, still standing today, 3,500 years later, is one of the architectural masterpieces of the ancient world. She erected obelisks at Karnak, the tallest in Egypt at the time, plated with electrum, a gold-silver alloy, so that the sun struck them and sent light blazing across the entire Nile Valley. She co-ruled peacefully alongside Thutmose III, who served as a military commander. They were not rivals. They governed different spheres of a complex empire, she administering, building, and conducting domestic and trade policy. He leading military campaigns on Egypt's frontiers. And then, around 1458 BC, after more than 20 years of reign, Hatshepsut died. The exact cause is unknown. And what happened next is one of the most striking acts of erasure in all of history. 20 years after her death, someone, most historians believe it was Thutmose III, or possibly his son Amenhotep II, ordered that Hatshepsut's image be removed from the record. Her name was chiseled from walls, her statues were defaced and buried, her obelisks were walled up so they could not be seen. For nearly 3,000 years, she was erased. She was only rediscovered in the modern era, and her full identity pieced together by archaeologists who noticed that the royal records had a strange gap, a phantom ruler, traces that didn't quite disappear, no matter how hard someone had tried to make them. In the early 21st century, her mummy was finally positively identified through DNA and dental analysis, lying in a side chamber in the Valley of the Kings, quietly waiting to be found. They buried her memory, but they could not bury her forever. Centuries after Hatshepsut's time, a different kind of queen rose in the highlands and lowlands of the Horn of Africa and the southern Arabian Peninsula. Her name, according to Ethiopian tradition, was Makeda. To the Jewish and Islamic traditions, she is the Queen of Sheba. To historians, she is a figure who sits precisely at the crossroads of legend and verifiable history. What we know is this. Around the 10th century BC, there existed in the region straddling modern-day Ethiopia and Yemen a powerful and wealthy kingdom, the Sabaean kingdom, whose trade networks controlled the flow of gold, frankincense, myrrh, and spices from deep Africa to the markets of the ancient Near East. Whoever ruled this kingdom held extraordinary economic power. According to the Book of Kings in the Hebrew Bible, the Queen of Sheba heard of the wisdom of Solomon, king of Israel, and traveled to Jerusalem to test him. The Ethiopian text, the Kebra Nagast, Glory of Kings, tells a far richer story. Makeda journeys not merely out of curiosity, but as an act of geopolitics. She is assessing a powerful potential ally. She brings gifts of extraordinary value. And Solomon, recognizing her intelligence and power, treats her as an equal. The Kebra Nagast records that Makeda and Solomon had a son, Menelik. And when Menelik grew up and traveled to Jerusalem to meet his father, Solomon recognized him and blessed him as his heir. Menelik returned to Ethiopia, and according to Ethiopian tradition, brought with him the Ark of the Covenant, the sacred chest containing the stone tablets of Moses. This is why Ethiopia to this day maintains that the Ark resides in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion in Aksum, guarded by a single monk, never displayed, never moved. Whether one reads this as history or as sacred mythology, its impact cannot be overstated. The Solomonic dynasty, claiming direct descent from Makeda and Solomon, ruled Ethiopia for centuries. It was this lineage that gave Ethiopia its state religion, its royal identity, and its unique position among African nations as one of the only places on the continent that successfully resisted European colonization in the 19th century. All of it tracing back to one queen's decision to travel thousands of miles across a continent. In 30 BC, Rome conquered Egypt. It was the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, the death of Cleopatra. And with Egypt secured, Rome turned its hungry eyes southward, toward Nubia, toward the kingdom of Kush, toward the vast wealth of the Nile's upper reaches. Rome placed a prefect named Gaius Petronius in charge of Egypt and its southern frontier. He levied heavy taxes on the Kushites. He expected submission. He had not yet met Amani-Renas. Amani-Renas was Kandake, the title for queen or queen mother of the kingdom of Kush, ruling from the great city of Meroe, where the pyramids of Nubia still stand today. She was described in Roman sources as a fierce and formidable woman who had lost one eye, either in battle or through disease, and who commanded her forces personally in the field. The Romans called her one-eyed. She called herself queen. In 27 BC, while Petronius was occupied elsewhere with only 3 Roman cohorts guarding the southern frontier, Amani-Renas struck. She led a Kushite army northward across the Egyptian border and attacked 3 Roman-held cities simultaneously, Syene, Elephantine, and Philae. The raid was a military success. Thousands of Egyptians were taken prisoner. Roman statues, including a great bronze head of the Emperor Augustus, were seized as war trophies. That bronze head of Augustus, Amani-Renas had it buried beneath the steps of a victory temple in Meroe, so that every Kushite for generations would literally walk over the face of the Roman emperor as they entered their holy place. It was not just a military act. It was a profound political and spiritual statement. You are beneath us. Rome, of course, retaliated. Petronius brought an army south, retook the cities, and pushed deep into Kushite territory, capturing the sacred city of Napata. But Amani-Renas did not break. She mounted a second campaign while the Romans were occupied fighting in other theaters. She struck again, and this time the damage was significant enough that Rome decided a diplomatic solution was preferable to continued war with this persistent one-eyed enemy in the south. In 22 BC, Kushite ambassadors met with the Emperor Augustus himself on the island of Samos. The peace treaty they negotiated was extraordinary. Rome agreed to withdraw from Nubian territory. The taxes that had ignited the war were abolished. The Kushite prisoners taken in Petronius' raids were released. Amani-Renas, one-eyed warrior queen of Africa, had fought the Roman Empire, the most powerful military force on earth, to a negotiated draw on her terms. 1400 years after Amani-Renas, another African queen took up arms against an invading empire, but this time the invaders came not from the north but from the east, and they came carrying a new religion that would reshape the entire world. The Arab Islamic conquest of the 7th century transformed the Middle East and North Africa with breathtaking speed. Within decades of the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632 AD, Arab armies had swept through Persia, Syria, Egypt, and were pushing westward across North Africa, the region the Romans had called the Maghreb. Most populations they encountered either accepted the new faith or were conquered outright. But in the Ores mountains of what is today Algeria, they met a force they had not anticipated. Her name was Dihya. The Arab armies who faced her called her Al-Kahina, the prophetess, the sorceress. She was a queen of the Jarawa Berber tribe, and she possessed something rarer than military force. the loyalty of multiple competing Berber confederacies, and a reputation for prophetic foresight that made her soldiers believe she could not lose. In 688 or 689 AD, Dihia's forces met the Arab general Hassan ibn al-Numan at the Battle of Meskiana. The result shocked the Arab world. They were defeated, completely routed. Hassan fled back to Egypt and did not return for nearly 5 years. For that half-decade, Dihia effectively ruled North Africa west of Egypt as a sovereign power. But then she made a decision that historians still debate, knowing that the Arabs would return, knowing that their ultimate strength was too great. She ordered a scorched earth policy across the fertile northern coastal regions. She destroyed towns, burned food supplies, stripped the land of everything an invading army might use for sustenance. Her reasoning was stark and logical. An army that cannot feed itself cannot fight. This decision alienated some of her Berber allies, particularly those with deep roots in the coastal settlements she was now burning. And when Hassan ibn al-Numan returned around 703 AD with a massively reinforced army and the offer of generous terms to Berbers who would join him, some did. Dihia's final battle took place near a well in a region that became known in her memory as Bir al-Kahina, the well of the prophetess. She died fighting. According to Arabic sources, she instructed her sons before the battle to join the Arab forces and ensure that Berber culture survived even within the new political order. She understood that culture can outlast conquest. She was right. Berber culture, the Amazigh people, still exists today. Their language, their traditions, their identity have survived 1400 years of Arab, Ottoman, and French colonial rule. Dihia did not stop the conquest, but she bought her people time, and she showed them that resistance on your own terms is itself a form of dignity. Now we cross to West Africa, the 16th century, a world of powerful city-states, trans-Saharan trade, and Islamic scholarship, a world of iron, cavalry, and commerce, and a woman whose name is still sung in praise songs across northern Nigeria today. Amina was born around 1533 to Queen Bakwa Turunku, herself a queen regnant of Zazao, making Amina from birth a child of female power. From a young age, she was trained not just in the arts expected of a royal woman, but in warfare. According to the Hausa historical records, the Kano Chronicle and the Abuja Chronicle, she was a military prodigy. By 16, she was already serving in her grandmother's court, receiving gifts and honors from warriors who recognized her exceptional gifts. When her brother Karama became king, Amina served as his chief military commander. It was in this role that she honed the skills, strategic planning, logistics, cavalry command, siege warfare, that would define her reign. When Karama died and Amina ascended the throne of Zazao around 1576, she made an immediate declaration of intent. She spent 3 months consolidating her court and her alliances, then personally led her armies into the field. And she did not stop campaigning for 34 years. Amina's military campaigns expanded Zazao's territory to the greatest extent in its history. She pushed east, west, and south, bringing the kola nut trade routes and the coastal salt routes under Zazao's control. Hausa historians record that she campaigned as far as Kwara Rafa in the east and to the edge of the Niger River in the west. But Amina's most lasting military innovation was architectural. Wherever her armies camped for extended periods, often during prolonged sieges or after conquest, she ordered the construction of defensive earthwork walls around the camp perimeter. These became known as Amina's walls, Ganuwar Amina in Hausa. Many of these earthworks still survive across northern Nigeria today, identifiable by archaeologists across hundreds of kilometers. Amina reportedly never married. According to tradition, she took a husband in each territory she conquered, keeping him as a consort for a time before releasing him and moving on with her army. Whether this is historical fact or legendary embellishment, the message it carries is clear. Amina answered to no man. Her power was not defined by any male relationship. She was sovereign, absolutely and entirely on her own terms. Perhaps no African queen in history navigated a more treacherous political landscape with more brilliance than Ana de Sousa Nzinga Mbande. She was born in 1583 in the kingdom of Ndongo, a Mbundu kingdom in present-day Angola, the daughter of King Ngola Kilombo Kia Kasenda and a slave concubine. The Portuguese had been on the Angolan coast since 1483. By Nzinga's birth, they controlled the coastal city of Luanda and were engaged in the systematic destruction of Ndongo sovereignty, using a combination of military force, manipulated alliances with rival African chiefs, and the devastating machinery of the Atlantic slave trade to dismantle interior kingdoms piece by piece. Nzinga grew up watching this. She watched as the Portuguese picked apart her world, and she learned every detail of how they did it, so that she could figure out how to stop them. In 1622, Nzinga's brother, now King Ngola Mbandi, was under severe military pressure from the Portuguese. He sent Nzinga to the Portuguese governor in Luanda to negotiate. The governor, in a calculated insult, offered her no chair, hoping to make her stand before him as a supplicant. Nzinga commanded one of her attendants to kneel on hands and knees and used them as a living throne. She sat, and she negotiated a peace treaty that temporarily halted Portuguese aggression. But the peace did not hold. Her brother died, possibly murdered, possibly by his own hand, and Nzinga became regent for his young son. When that son also died under suspicious circumstances, Nzinga claimed the throne of Ndongo outright, becoming queen of Ndongo around 1624. The Portuguese refused to recognize her. They installed a rival puppet king. Nzinga responded by taking her court deep into the interior, building alliances with the Imbangala warriors, a feared mercenary confederacy, and waging guerrilla warfare against both the Portuguese and their African allies for the next 4 decades. By 1630, she had conquered the kingdom of Matamba, absorbing its resources and using it as a secure base of operations deep in the interior. She made Matamba a sanctuary for escaped slaves, for refugees from Portuguese raids, and for warriors who wished to fight back. She negotiated with the Dutch, Portugal's great European rivals, forming a military alliance that saw Dutch and Ndongo forces fight the Portuguese together. In 1641, when the Dutch captured Luanda from the Portuguese, Nzinga launched a massive military offensive. Her forces, combined with Dutch naval support, inflicted crushing defeats on Portuguese forces and their African allies. For a moment, it seemed possible that colonial rule might be pushed entirely off the Angolan coast, but the Portuguese returned in force in 1648, retaking Luanda. Nzinga, now 65 years old, retreated once more to Matamba, undefeated in spirit, even if strategically checked. What is remarkable is what Nzinga did next. She did not surrender. She did not simply fight on hopelessly. She transformed, understanding that a new kind of war required a new kind of strategy. She began negotiating again, this time from a position of sustained strength. She converted to Christianity not out of sincere religious conviction, historians generally argue, but as a diplomatic tool to gain European recognition and legitimacy for her sovereignty. She maintained Matamba as an independent kingdom recognized by both the Portuguese and the Vatican. She outlawed the slave trade within her territory. Nzinga ruled Matamba until her death in 1663 at the age of 80. She had fought the Portuguese diplomatically and militarily for over 40 years. She never surrendered her kingdom. Her legacy was so powerful that the kingdom of Matamba remained independent until the late 19th century, long after most of Central Africa had fallen to colonial rule. We move now to the turn of the 20th century. West Africa, the Ashanti kingdom of present-day Ghana, one of the most sophisticated, wealthy, and militarily powerful African states of its era. The Ashanti had resisted British colonial power for the better part of the 19th century, fighting and winning several wars against British expansion. Their military prowess was legendary. Their wealth, based on gold and the kola nut trade, was immense. Their political system, a confederation of chiefs under an Asantehene or paramount king, was one of the most developed in Africa. At the center of Ashanti identity was the golden stool, Sika Dwa Kofi. This was not simply a throne. In Ashanti cosmology, the golden stool contained the sansum, the collective soul of the entire Ashanti nation. It was never sat upon, never touched by human hands except in prescribed ceremony. It was carried carefully, venerated as a living spiritual presence. To the Ashanti, the golden stool was not a symbol of the nation, it was the nation. In 1900, the British governor of the Gold Coast, Sir Frederick Hodgson, convened the Ashanti chiefs and made a demand that was almost inconceivably arrogant. He demanded that the Ashanti hand over the golden stool so that he, the British governor, could sit upon it as a symbol of British supremacy over the Ashanti. He did not understand what he was asking. He was asking the Ashanti to surrender their soul. The male chiefs sat in silence. Some were afraid, some were calculating, some simply could not find words for what they were feeling. It was in this moment that Ya Asantewa, Queen Mother of Ejisu, then approximately 60 years old, rose to her feet. Her words, recorded in Ashanti oral tradition, are among the most powerful ever spoken on African soil. She said,
"If you, men of Ashanti, will not go forward, then we will. We the women will. We will fight the white men. We will fight till the last of us."
Now I see that some of you fear going to fight for our king. If it were in the brave days of old, chiefs would not sit down to see their king taken away without firing a shot. No European could have dared to speak to leaders of Ashanti in the way the governor spoke to you this morning. Is it true that the bravery of Ashanti is no more? I cannot believe it. It cannot be. If you men of Ashanti will not go forward, then we will. We the women will. I shall call upon my fellow women. We will fight the white men. We will fight till the last of us falls in the battlefield. She then picked up a rifle and fired it into the air. The War of the Golden Stool, the Ya Asante-Wa War, had begun. For 3 months, an Ashanti force, led by a grandmother, besieged the British garrison at Kumasi, trapping nearly 600 British soldiers and several thousand African allies inside the fort. The British had to send a relief column from the coast. Even then, Ya Asantewa's forces fought on with remarkable tenacity. Eventually, British military superiority, with its repeating rifles, artillery, and unlimited reinforcements from the empire, proved decisive. Ya Asantewa was captured. She was exiled to the Seychelles Islands in the Indian Ocean, where she died in 1921. The British never got the golden stool. It was hidden by the Ashanti before the British could seize it. It was rediscovered in 1921 and remains in Ghana today, a symbol of Ashanti sovereignty that was never surrendered, not then, not ever. Across the continent, in the highlands of Zimbabwe, a different kind of leadership was being exercised, not through military command, but through spiritual authority, which in the context of Shona culture was equally, if not more, powerful than any army. Nehanda Charwenya Kasikana was a spirit medium, a mondoro, housing the spirit of Nehanda, one of the most revered ancestor spirits in Shona tradition. When Nehanda spoke, she spoke not as a single person, but as the accumulated wisdom and authority of the Shona people's ancestors across generations. Her word could sanctify a war or condemn a treaty. When the British South Africa Company, Cecil Rhodes's private colonial enterprise, began occupying Mashonaland in the 1890s, confiscating cattle, forcing labor, and killing any who resisted, it was Nehanda who declared that the ancestors required war. The first Chimurenga, the first great uprising, broke out in 1896. The spirit medium Sekuru Kaguvi organized the fighters in the south. Nehanda organized them in the north. The British eventually suppressed the uprising with overwhelming force. Both Kaguvi and Nehanda were captured in 1897. At her trial, the colonial court offered her the chance to save her life by converting to Christianity. A Catholic priest tried repeatedly over the weeks before her execution to convince her. She refused. Every time. Absolutely, without hesitation. Her final words as she was led to the gallows in Salisbury, today's Harare, in April 1898 were not a plea. They were not a prayer to a foreign god. They were a prophecy to her own people.
My bones shall rise again.
My bones shall rise again. Those words echoed down the decades when Zimbabwe's liberation struggle ignited in the 1960s and 1970s. What became known as the Second and Third Chimurenga, freedom fighters invoked Nehanda's name as their spiritual foundation. Her image appeared on revolutionary murals. Her prophecy was their rallying cry. She died in 1898. Her bones rose in every generation that followed. Meanwhile, on the Kenyan coast, Mekatilili Wamenza was conducting a different but equally remarkable resistance. When the British colonial administration imposed forced labor on the Giriama people, conscripting young men into working for the colonial economy against their will, dismantling traditional governance structures, Mekatilili organized. She traveled from village to village performing the Kifudu dance, a traditional Giriama ceremony. And within the context of the dance, she delivered political speeches that were simultaneously invocations of ancestral authority and direct calls to political action. She built a movement. She organized a boycott of colonial labor. She helped re-establish the Giriama Governing Council, the Kaya Elders, that the British had abolished. She was arrested in 1913, convicted of causing unrest, and exiled to a distant part of Kenya. She escaped on foot through hundreds of miles of East African wilderness and returned home to continue organizing, arrested again, exiled again. She eventually died in her homeland in the 1920s, old, celebrated by her people, and entirely unbroken. Now we must ask a harder question. If these women were so remarkable, so powerful, so historically significant, why do most people on earth not know their names? Why are they not taught in schools alongside Julius Caesar or Napoleon? Why do their stories remain, to most of the world, hidden history? The answer is not accidental, it is structural, and it has several layers. The writing of African history was largely taken over by European colonial scholars in the 19th century. These scholars operated under explicit assumptions, some sincerely held, some deliberately constructed, that African peoples were without history, without civilization, and without political agency. The philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel wrote in the 1820s that Africa was no historical part of the world, that it had no movement or development to exhibit. This was not observation, it was ideology, and it shaped 2 centuries of academic work. African queens presented a particular problem for this ideological framework. A woman who defeated Rome, who built monuments that still stand 3.5 millennia later, who held European colonial armies at bay for decades. These stories could not coexist with the narrative of African primitiveness that justified colonial rule, so they were minimized, distorted, or simply omitted entirely. Even within African historiography, when it was permitted to exist, there was a second problem: the tendency, shared across many cultures worldwide, to center male actors. Kings, warriors, and chiefs receive the vast majority of historical attention. Queens, queen mothers, and female spirit mediums, even when their influence was enormous, are often mentioned briefly, then passed over. The role of the queen mother, the Ohema in Ashanti, the Iyoba in the Benin Kingdom, the Kandake in Kush, was often as powerful as, and sometimes more powerful than, the king himself. These women vetted royal successors. They controlled key appointments. They conducted independent diplomacy. They served as courts of final appeal beyond even the king's authority. Their power was real and constitutionally institutionalized, yet it rarely appears in the histories most people encounter. Much of African history was preserved not in written texts, but in oral tradition, through griots and praise singers, through ceremonial histories, through royal family lineages recited at important occasions. This was not a primitive or inferior form of record keeping. It was sophisticated, accurate, and deeply meaningful, but it was vulnerable. Colonial disruption, the displacement of populations, the destruction of traditional leadership structures, the imposition of the foreign languages and foreign education systems fractured many of these oral chains. Generations were lost. Griots died without successors. Libraries were burned, and what survived was often dismissed by outside scholars as legend or myth, rather than recognized as the historical record it genuinely was. What is hidden in these stories, what even sympathetic tellings often miss, is the degree to which Africa's queens were not exceptional aberrations in otherwise male-only political systems. They were products of African political cultures that, in many places and many eras, systematically included women at the highest levels of governance. The Kandake system of Kush was institutionalized female royal power spanning centuries. The Ashanti Queen Mother system gave women formal constitutional authority over royal succession that no king could override. The Shona spirit medium tradition placed women as the primary conduits of divine political authority. Dahomey maintained an entire regiment of female warriors, the Agoji, known to the West as the Dahomey Amazons, as an elite military corps for 2 full centuries. These were not accidents or anomalies. They were African political science, systems developed over millennia that recognized the indispensable role of women in governance, in spirituality, and in military life. The world did not give Africa's queens their power. Africa grew that power herself. The stories of Africa's queens did not end with their deaths. Their legacies breathe in the present, shaping their political identities, the cultural self-understanding, and the spiritual frameworks of modern African nations. Hatshepsut's rediscovery in the modern era has had a profound impact not just on Egyptology, but on the global conversation about women in leadership. Her story is now taught in schools across the world as evidence that female executive power is not a modern invention or a Western gift. It is ancient, it is African, and it is documented in stone 3,500 years old. Her temple at Deir e-Bahari receives millions of visitors each year. Her face, reconstructed from her sarcophagus and confirmed through DNA and dental evidence, now appears in museums, documentaries, and textbooks on every continent. She was hidden for 3,000 years. She has been found. The Queen of Sheba's legacy is arguably the most politically durable of all Africa's queens. The Solomonic dynasty, claiming direct descent from Makeda and Solomon, ruled Ethiopia in an unbroken or near unbroken line for centuries, ending only with the overthrow of Emperor Haile Selassie in 1974. Ethiopian national identity is Orthodox Christianity, its royal symbolism, its profound sense of divine chosenness and exceptional destiny traces back to the choice a queen made 3,000 years ago to travel to Jerusalem and forge an alliance. The Kebra Nagast, the text that records her story, is considered sacred scripture in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and in the Rastafari religious movement, which itself influenced music, culture, and political consciousness across the entire African diaspora worldwide. Makeda's story crossed an ocean it never knew existed. Queen Nzinga is today a national hero of Angola. A massive statue of her stands on the waterfront of Luanda, the capital she fought to free. Her image appears on Angolan currency. Her story is taught in Angolan schools as the foundation of the national resistance consciousness. More broadly, her political legacy is profound. Nzinga demonstrated in real time that African sovereignty was not simply given or taken. It was sustained through constant political creativity, military resilience, and the willingness to use every tool available. She was simultaneously a warrior, a diplomat, a strategic religious convert, a coalition builder, and a state builder. She represents a model of African political agency that directly and powerfully challenges the colonial narrative of African passivity. Yaa Asantewaa transformed the understanding of gender and resistance in West African history. Her War of the Golden Stool is commemorated in Ghana as a defining moment of national resistance. A museum in Ejisu, her hometown, preserves her story. Her name is given to schools, hospitals, and public institutions across Ghana. But her broader legacy is the explicit statement she made in 1900 in front of male chiefs who sat in silence, that women are not bystanders in the struggle for freedom. That statement resounds through every subsequent African liberation movement, every Pan-Africanist philosophy, every feminist political tradition on the continent. She did not just fight the British, she fought the assumption that women would stay home while men made history. In 2021, the government of Zimbabwe unveiled a massive bronze statue of Nehanda Charwe Nyakasikana in the center of Harare. It was placed at a prominent intersection, replacing colonial symbolism with African spiritual sovereignty. This was not a minor cultural gesture. This was a nation publicly declaring who its true founding hero was. As Nehanda's prophecy, "My bones shall rise again," is one of the most quoted phrases in Zimbabwean political history. It was invoked by freedom fighters in the 1960s and 1970s. It was invoked at independence in 1980. It was invoked at the statue's unveiling in 2021. A woman executed on a colonial gallows in 1898 has never stopped speaking. We have traveled more than 3,000 years today, from the temple halls of ancient Egypt to the mountains of Algeria, from the highlands of Ethiopia to the forests of Angola, from the gold courts of West Africa to the colonial battlefields of Zimbabwe and Kenya. And through it all, one truth has remained constant. Power is not given, it is claimed, built, defended, and passed on. These women understood that, each in her own era, each with the tools her world provided, each facing a different enemy and carrying a different burden. They claimed their power and used it in service of something larger than themselves. At Shepsut, built monuments to outlast the men who would erase her, and they did outlast them. Makeda forged an alliance that defined a civilization for 3 millennia. Amani Renas went to war with Rome and came away with a favorable treaty. Dihya burned her own land rather than let an empire use it against her people. Amina built walls that still stand today. Nzinga fought for 40 years and died a sovereign queen on her own throne. Yaa Asantewaa fired a rifle into the air and started a war over something that could not be weighed in gold, the soul of a nation. Nehanda went to the gallows, still refusing to surrender. Mekati Lili walked home through hundreds of miles of wilderness and kept organizing. They were not perfect. History is not made by perfect people. They made strategic choices that cost lives. They operated within systems of power that sometimes included war for conquest and violence. They were human beings navigating an inhuman complexity, but their extraordinary quality, the thing that places them among the great figures of world history, is that they refused to accept the world as it was presented to them. They looked at whatever constraint surrounded them and found within it a space to act. What does this mean for us today? It means that when you hear that Africa has no history, and someone will say this, you have names now. When you hear that African women have always been passive, and someone will imply this, you have armies now. When you hear that Africa's greatest days are ahead of it, as though its past were entirely empty, you have 3,000 years of documented achievement to present in response. Africa's queens are not just African heritage, they are human heritage. They belong to the story of what humanity can achieve when power is taken seriously, exercised with intelligence, and dedicated to something beyond personal gain. Their bones have risen, and they will not stop rising. Thank you for watching this episode of Africa Hidden History. If these stories moved you, if you learned something today that school never taught you, then please take one moment right now and click that subscribe button. Every subscriber tells the algorithm that African history matters, that our stories deserve to be heard. Drop a comment below with the name of the queen who inspired you most today. We read every single comment. We see you, and your engagement is what keeps this channel alive. In our next episode, we journey to the kingdom of Dahomey, and we will tell the full story of the Agoji, the all-female royal warriors who protected one of West Africa's most powerful kingdoms for 2 centuries. You do not want to miss that one. Until then, remember, Africa's history was never hidden. It was simply waiting for those with the courage to look. Africa Hidden History. See you in the next episode. January 22nd, 1879. The hills of Isandawana echo with a sound the British Empire has never heard before. The thunderous war cry of 20,000 Zulu warriors moving as one. Within hours, over 1,300 British and colonial soldiers lie dead on African soil. It is the single greatest defeat of a modern European army by an indigenous African force in colonial history. But this is not a story about a single battle. This is the story of a king who refused to kneel, a military system so sophisticated it terrified the world's greatest empire, and a nation that chose to fight for its freedom, knowing the cost would be everything. This is the Anglo-Zulu War, the last stand of the warrior kingdom, and the hidden history that Britain tried to bury. For most of the world, the story of the Zulu people begins and ends with war, but the truth is far more complex. The Zulu kingdom was not simply a military power. It was a sophisticated state with its own laws, economy, diplomacy, and culture. A kingdom that had, in just 50 years, transformed from a small clan into one of the most formidable nations in Africa. In this documentary, we will uncover the full story of the Anglo-Zulu War of 1879. We will journey back to understand how the Zulu nation was built, who King Cetshwayo truly was, and why the British Empire saw this independent African kingdom as a threat that had to be destroyed. We will walk through the strategies, the battles, the betrayals, and the courage that defined this conflict. But more importantly, we will reveal what history books often ignore: the African perspective, the Zulu genius, and the legacy that still shapes South Africa today. This is not just a war story. This is a story about sovereignty, resistance, and what happens when an empire meets a people who refuse to surrender their identity. To understand the Anglo-Zulu War, we must first understand the world it emerged from. The year is 1816. Southern Africa is a patchwork of kingdoms, clans, and chiefdoms. Among them is a small clan called the Zulu, led by a minor chief named Senzanga Kona. But Senzanga Kona has a son, an illegitimate son, exiled and humiliated, named Shaka. History will remember him as one of the greatest military minds Africa has ever produced. By 1818, Shaka has seized control of the Zulu clan. Within a decade, he transforms them into an empire. He revolutionizes warfare, creating the bullhorn formation, a tactical system that encircles enemies with devastating efficiency. He introduces the ikowa, a short stabbing spear designed for close combat, replacing the traditional throwing spear. Shaka's army is not just fierce, it is disciplined, organized, and professional. Warriors are trained from boyhood in age regiments called amabuto. They live in military towns. They do not marry until their regiment is discharged by the king. This creates a standing army of thousands, loyal only to the throne. Under Shaka, the Zulu kingdom expands rapidly. Neighboring clans are either absorbed or scattered. By the time of his assassination in 1828, the Zulu control a vast territory in what is now KwaZulu-Natal. While the Zulu build their kingdom in the interior, the British solidify their control over the Cape Colony to the south. Initially, British interest in Southern Africa is limited. The Cape is simply a stopover on the route to India. But in the 1830s, everything changes. The discovery of diamonds and later gold transforms Southern Africa into one of the most valuable regions on earth. The British begin expanding inland. They clash with Boer settlers, African kingdoms, and anyone else who stands in the way of profit and empire. The philosophy is simple: control the land, control the resources, control the people. In 1872, a new king ascends the Zulu throne, Cetshwayo Kampande. He is Shaka's grandnephew, a man in his 40s, intelligent, diplomatic, and deeply committed to preserving Zulu independence. Cetshwayo inherits a kingdom that is powerful but surrounded. To the south, the British; to the west, the Boer Republic of Transvaal; to the north, smaller African states and Portuguese territories. The Zulu are geographically trapped, but Cetshwayo is no warmonger. He seeks peace with the British. He sends diplomats. He honors treaties. He even allows British missionaries into his kingdom. He believes that diplomacy, not war, will protect his people. He is wrong. In 1877, the British appoints Henry Battle Frere as High Commissioner for Southern Africa. Frere is an imperialist zealot. He believes that African kingdoms are obstacles to British dominance and must be crushed. Frere looks at the Zulu kingdom and sees a problem. Not because the Zulu have attacked British territory, they haven't. Not because they threaten British citizens, they don't. But because they exist as an independent military power. Frere's goal is to create a British Confederation in Southern Africa, uniting all territories under one crown. The Zulu kingdom, with its 30,000 strong army and fierce independence, does not fit this vision. So Frere begins manufacturing a crisis. In December 1878, Frere presents King Cetshwayo with an ultimatum. The demands are designed to be impossible. Disband the Zulu army, allow British residents in Zulu territory, accept a British representative to oversee internal Zulu affairs, pay reparations for alleged border incidents. Cetshwayo is given 30 days to comply. The message is clear: surrender your sovereignty or face war. Cetshwayo tries to negotiate. He offers compromises. He pleads for more time. But Frere has already made his decision. The British Empire is coming whether the Zulu fight or not. And so Cetshwayo prepares his people for the unthinkable. King Cetshwayo is often portrayed by colonial historians as a savage tyrant. This is propaganda. In truth, Cetshwayo is a skilled ruler who inherits a complex political situation and navigates it with intelligence and restraint. He is a product of the Zulu royal system, trained in diplomacy, warfare, and governance. He is also a realist. He knows that the British Empire is the most powerful military force on earth. He does not want war, but he will not surrender his people's freedom without a fight. Cetshwayo's tragedy is that he believes in negotiation. He believes the British will honor their agreements. He believes that reason will prevail. He is a king caught between tradition and modernity, between independence and annihilation. The Zulu army is the backbone of the kingdom. It is not a ragtag militia. It is a professional, disciplined fighting force. At the heart of the system are the Amabuto age regiments formed from boys around the age of 14. These young men are trained in combat, endurance, and loyalty. They live together in military kraals or settlements where they remain until the king grants them permission to marry. This system creates warriors who are physically conditioned, tactically trained, and completely loyal to the throne. Each regiment has its own name, insignias, and shield colors. Senior warriors command junior ones. The entire army moves with precision, using signals, messengers, and coordinated formations. The Zulu do not have guns, at least not many. What they have is speed, discipline, and the tactical genius of their commanders. Their primary weapon is the ikuwa, a short stabbing spear. Their shield made of cowhide is both defensive and offensive. Warriors use it to hook an enemy's shield aside, exposing them to a fatal thrust. The Zulu also employ psychological warfare. Before battle, they perform the giya, a war dance that builds energy and intimidates enemies. During battle, they chant and sing, creating a wall of sound that unnerves opponents. This is not primitive warfare. This is strategy, discipline, and mastery. Opposing King Cetshwayo is Lieutenant General Lord Chelmsford, commander of British forces in Southern Africa. Chelmsford is an experienced officer, but he is also arrogant. He has fought in India and Abyssinia, and he believes that African armies are inferior. He is about to learn otherwise. British soldiers in red coats preparing for battle with rifles and artillery. Chelmsford commands a force of around 17,000 men, a mix of British regulars, colonial volunteers, and African auxiliaries. They are equipped with modern rifles, artillery, and Gatling guns. On paper, they should dominate any African army. But Chelmsford underestimates the Zulu. He divides his forces into multiple columns, spreading them thin across the border. He assumes the Zulu will scatter at the sight of British firepower. He is catastrophically wrong. While Cetshwayo is the king, the Zulu military operates through experienced Indunas, commanders who lead regiments into battle. Among them is Nshingwayo Kamahole, a senior commander who will lead the Zulu forces at Isandowana. He is a brilliant tactician, calm under pressure and deeply respected by his warriors. Another key figure is Dabulamanzi Kampande, the king's half-brother. He is younger, more impulsive, and eager to prove himself in battle. His actions will have devastating consequences. These men are not bloodthirsty savages. They are generals, strategists, and leaders who understand that they are fighting for the survival of their nation. History often forgets the civilians, but in the Zulu kingdom, women and non-combatants play a crucial role. Zulu women manage homesteads, tend cattle, grow crops, and raise children. They are the backbone of the economy. When the men go to war, the women keep society functioning. They also serve as messengers, spies, and sometimes even fighters. Zulu women are not passive victims. They are active participants in the survival of their people. And when the war comes, they will suffer just as much as the warriors. On January 11th, 1879, the 30-day ultimatum expires. King Cetshwayo has not disbanded his army. He has not surrendered his sovereignty, and so the British invade. Lord Chelmsford divides his forces into 5 columns, crossing the Buffalo and Tugela rivers at multiple points. The plan is to converge on Ulundi, the Zulu capital, and crush the kingdom in a single coordinated strike. But the terrain is hostile. The land is rugged, filled with hills, rivers, and dense bush. Supply lines stretch thin, communication is slow. The British are marching into a land they do not understand, against an enemy they have underestimated. Meanwhile, King Cetshwayo mobilizes his forces. He does not want this war, but now that it has begun, he will defend his kingdom with everything he has. He sends out his Amabuto, 20,000 warriors organized into regiments, each with a specific role. Their orders are clear. Find the British, surround them, destroy them. January 22nd, 1879, the British Central Column, commanded by Lord Chelmsford, camps beneath a mountain called Isandlwana. The mountain's shape resembles a crouching lion, a symbol the Zulu consider sacred. Chelmsford has around 1,800 men here, British regulars, colonial volunteers, and African auxiliaries. He believes the main Zulu force is miles away. So confident is he that he takes off his men on a reconnaissance mission, leaving the camp defended by Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Dunford and Colonel Henry Pulin. It is a fatal mistake. The Zulu army has been hiding in the hills, waiting for the right moment. 20,000 warriors led by Indunas Nchingwayo and Mavumengwana are concealed in the valleys just beyond the camp. At midday, a British patrol stumbles upon the Zulu force. The warriors rise from the earth like a black wave. The battle has begun. The Zulu execute their bullhorn formation with terrifying precision. The chest, the main force, charges directly at the British camp. The horns, flanking regiments, sweep wide on both sides, encircling the enemy. The loins, reserve forces, wait behind, ready to exploit any weakness. The British form defensive lines. Their rifles fire in disciplined volleys. For a moment, it seems the firepower will hold, but the Zulu keep coming. They move with astonishing speed, closing the distance before the British can reload. They use the terrain, the smoke, and their shields to minimize casualties. And when they reach the British lines, they engage in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The British are overwhelmed. Ammunition runs low. Orders break down. Panic spreads. By late afternoon, the camp is overrun. Over 1,300 British and colonial soldiers are dead. Only a handful escape. The Zulu have achieved one of the most stunning military victories in colonial history. But the victory comes at a cost. The Zulu lose around 1,000 warriors, men who cannot be easily replaced. And the Zulu know this is only the beginning. The British will return, and they will bring vengeance. Hours after Isandlwana, a force of around 4,000 Zulu warriors, led by Prince Dabula Manzi, approaches a small British outpost at Rock's Drift. Dabula Manzi has disobeyed King Sechwayo's orders. The king commanded his forces not to cross into British territory. But Dabula Manzi, eager for glory and frustrated at being held in reserve, decides to attack anyway. At Rock's Drift, 139 British soldiers, many of them sick or wounded, prepare to defend a small mission station. They have hours to build barricades from mealie bags, biscuit boxes, and whatever else they can find. At 4:30 p.m., the Zulu attack begins. For 12 hours, the Zulu assault the position. They are brave, relentless, and determined, but the British have modern rifles, a fortified position, and the advantage of firepower. The Zulus suffer heavy casualties. Waves of warriors fall to rifle fire, yet they keep attacking, driven by courage and duty. By dawn, the Zulu withdraw. They have lost hundreds of men. The British have lost only 17. Rock's Drift becomes a legend in British military history. 11 Victoria Crosses are awarded, the most ever for a single action. Songs are written, movies are made. But from the Zulu perspective, Rock's Drift is a tragic waste. Dabula Manzi's disobedience costs the kingdom hundreds of warriors for no strategic gain. And it gives the British a propaganda victory to offset the disaster of Isandlwana. News of Isandlwana shocks the British Empire. How could a savage African army defeat the most powerful military on earth? The British press demands action. Politicians call for retribution, and the military begins mobilizing reinforcements. Lord Chelmsford is humiliated but determined. He receives thousands of additional troops, modern artillery, and Gatling guns. the second invasion of Zululand will not fail. Meanwhile, King Cetshwayo tries once more to negotiate. He sends envoys to the British offering peace terms. He argues that the war was never necessary, but the British are no longer interested in peace. They want total victory. In late March, British forces attempt to capture a Zulu stronghold at Loban Mountain. It is a disaster. Zulu forces ambush the attackers, killing over 200 colonial troops. But the next day, at the Battle of Kambula, the British achieve a decisive victory. Using fortified positions and overwhelming firepower, they repel a massive Zulu assault, killing over 1,000 warriors. The tide is turning. The Zulu are running out of men, supplies, and options. By June, Chelmsford has assembled a new army, over 15,000 men, heavily armed and carefully organized. This time, there will be no mistakes. The British advance slowly, building fortified camps every night. They use cavalry scouts, Gatling guns, and artillery. They are cautious, methodical, and overwhelming. King Cetshwayo sends desperate messages. He offers to negotiate. He offers reparations. He offers anything except the destruction of his kingdom. The British ignore him. On July 4th, 1879, the British army reaches Ulundi, the Zulu capital. King Cetshwayo assembles his remaining warriors, around 15,000 men. They are exhausted, demoralized, but still willing to fight for their king. The British form a massive square, infantry on all sides, cavalry and artillery in the center. It is an impenetrable formation designed to maximize firepower. The Zulu charge with everything they have. They run into a storm of bullets. The Gatling guns roar. The artillery fires explosive shells. The rifles never stop. Wave after wave of Zulu warriors fall. They cannot break the square. After 90 minutes, the Zulu retreat. Over 1,500 are dead. The British suffer fewer than 100 casualties. Chelmsford orders the capital burned. Ulundi goes up in flames. The Zulu kingdom is defeated. King Cetshwayo flees into the wilderness. For weeks, he evades British patrols. But on August 28, 1879, he is betrayed and captured. He is taken to Cape Town, paraded as a trophy, and eventually exiled to London. There he is displayed to British society as a noble savage, a curiosity, a symbol of empire's triumph. In 1883, the British allow him to return to Zululand, but his kingdom is gone. The land has been divided among rival chiefs. Civil war erupts. Cetshwayo dies in 1884, a broken man, his kingdom in ruins. British propaganda portrayed the Zulu as bloodthirsty savages, inferior in every way. This narrative was essential to justify the invasion, but the truth is far different. The Zulu kingdom was a sophisticated state with laws, courts, diplomacy, and governance. It had a structured economy based on cattle, agriculture, and trade. It had poets, historians, and oral traditions that preserved knowledge across generations. The Zulu were not primitive, they were a nation. The Zulu military system was studied by military historians around the world. Their tactics influenced modern warfare. The bullhorn formation is still taught in military academies as an example of tactical excellence. The Zulu did not win through numbers or savagery. They won through discipline, training, and brilliant leadership. One uncomfortable truth: not all Africans sided with the Zulu. The British recruited thousands of African auxiliaries from neighboring groups who had been conquered or threatened by the Zulu in the past. This was not a simple story of Africans versus Europeans. It was a complex conflict shaped by local politics, old rivalries, and survival. Zulu women were not bystanders. They carried supplies, nursed the wounded, and sometimes fought alongside the men. They also bore the brunt of British retaliation: villages burned, families displaced, children killed. Their stories are rarely told, but without them, the kingdom could not have survived as long as it did. The Anglo-Zulu War was not about defense or morality, it was about control. Sir Bartle Frere provoked the war deliberately against orders from London. The British government later disavowed him, not because the war was wrong, but because it was politically inconvenient. Isandlwana was also a scandal. Investigations revealed that British officers had ignored intelligence, divided forces recklessly, and failed to secure ammunition properly. But these findings were buried to protect reputations. The Zulu were blamed for British incompetence. After the war, the British dismantled the Zulu kingdom. They divided the land into 13 separate chiefdoms, ensuring that no single leader could unite the people again. Civil wars erupted. Famines spread. Families were torn apart. The Zulu, who had once been a proud and independent nation, were reduced to subjects of the British Empire. The Anglo-Zulu War set a precedent. It showed that African kingdoms could be crushed, their people controlled, and their land seized. This philosophy would evolve into segregation and eventually apartheid. The systems of oppression that defined 20th century South Africa have their roots in conflicts like the Anglo-Zulu War. But the Zulu did not disappear. Despite colonization, oppression, and poverty, Zulu culture survived. Today, the Zulu are the largest ethnic group in South Africa. Their language is spoken by millions. Their traditions are celebrated. Their history is taught. The warriors of 1879 may have lost the war, but they did not lose their identity. Isandlwana remains a symbol. For the British, it is a reminder of hubris and the cost of underestimating an enemy. For the Zulu, it is proof that they fought with courage and skill. It is a moment when an African army defeated the world's most powerful empire. And it is a lesson that freedom is worth fighting for, even when the odds are impossible. The Anglo-Zulu War is not ancient history. Its effects are still felt. Land disputes, ethnic tensions, and economic inequality in South Africa all trace back in part to the colonial conquest of the 19th century. But there is also hope. The story of the Zulu reminds us that African kingdoms were powerful, sophisticated, and worth remembering. It challenges the colonial narrative that Africa was passive, primitive, or uncivilized. The Zulu fought, they resisted, they left a legacy. So what is the lesson of the Anglo-Zulu War? It is not that violence is noble or that war is glorious. It is not even that the Zulu were perfect. They were human with flaws and complexities like any nation. The lesson is this: sovereignty matters, independence matters. The right of a people to govern themselves, to preserve their culture, and to defend their land matters. King Cetshwayo did not want war. He tried diplomacy, negotiation, and compromise. But when the choice was between surrender and resistance, he chose to fight. And even though the Zulu kingdom fell, the spirit of that resistance lives on. The Anglo-Zulu War reminds us that history is not just written by the victors. It is also remembered by those who fought, who survived, and who refused to be forgotten. The Zulu did not disappear. They endured, and that perhaps is the greatest victory of all. Thank you for watching this episode of Africa Hidden History. The story of the Anglo-Zulu War is one of courage, tragedy, and resilience. It is a story that deserves to be told in full, not as a footnote to British imperialism, but as a chapter in the history of African resistance. If you found this documentary valuable, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who want to learn the hidden stories of Africa. Next time, we'll explore another untold chapter of African history, one that will challenge what you think you know about the continent and its people. Until then, remember, history is not just what happened, it's who tells the story, and Africa's story deserves to be heard. Imagine sitting in a room filled with the cigars, champagne, and the rustle of expensive suits. Outside, snow falls gently on the streets of Berlin. The year is 1884. Around a massive table, 14 European men, diplomats, ambassadors, representatives of empires are drawing lines across a map. But this is no ordinary map, it's Africa, a continent of 500 million acres, home to thousands of kingdoms, languages, and ancient civilizations stretching back millennia. And in this room, over the course of 3 months, these men will divide it all. Without a single African voice present, no kings, no queens, no representatives, no consent, just pens, rulers, and ambition. This is the story of how Africa was carved up like a cake at a dinner party. This is the story of the Berlin Conference, the meeting that changed the fate of an entire continent. And what happened in that room would echo for more than a century. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. I'm your host. And today we are diving into one of the most consequential events in African history, an event that most Africans never witnessed, yet shaped every border, every conflict, and every political struggle lying on the continent today. The Berlin Conference of 1884 to 1885 is often called the Scramble for Africa, but that phrase makes it sound chaotic, accidental, like a race where everyone just happened to show up at the same time. The truth is far more calculated. This was a summit, a negotiation, a deliberate, organized effort by European powers to claim African land, resources, and people as their own. And they did it with rules, treaties, and legal language, all designed to make colonization look civilized. In this documentary, we'll explore what Africa looked like before the conference. Thriving kingdoms, powerful rulers, and complex societies. Why European powers suddenly wanted to divide Africa in the 1880s. What actually happened in that conference room in Berlin. How the artificial borders drawn by Europeans still cause conflict today. And most importantly, the hidden resistance, the forgotten voices, and the legacy that Africa is still recovering from. By the end of this documentary, you'll understand how a single meeting in Europe reshaped an entire continent and why it still matters today. Let's begin. To understand what was stolen, we first need to understand what existed. In the 1870s and early 1880s, Africa was not a blank slate. It was not a dark continent waiting to be discovered. That myth was a European invention, a convenient lie that justified what came next. Africa in the 19th century was a mosaic of empires, kingdoms, chiefdoms, and city-states. Some were ancient, some were new, but all were complex, organized societies with their own systems of governance, trade, law, and culture. In West Africa, the Ashanti Empire controlled a vast territory rich in gold. Their capital, Kumasi, was a thriving city with royal courts, markets, and sophisticated political structures. The Ashanti traded with Europeans, yes, but on their own terms. They were not subjects. They were rivals. In southern Africa, the Zulu kingdom, under the leadership of King Cetshwayo, commanded one of the most disciplined and effective military forces on the continent. The Zulu had defeated British forces in battle multiple times. They were a power to be reckoned with. In East Africa, the kingdom of Buganda, located in present-day Uganda, controlled trade routes around Lake Victoria. The Kabaka, the king, ruled over the centralized government with provinces, governors, and a sophisticated court system. In the Horn of Africa, the Ethiopian Empire remained one of the few African states with international diplomatic recognition. Under Emperor Johannes IV and later Menelik II, Ethiopia maintained its sovereignty and even expanded its territory. And then there were the Islamic empires of the Sahel, the Sokoto Caliphate in present-day Nigeria, the Tukuler Empire in present-day Senegal and Mali, and the Sultanate of Zanzibar on the East African coast. These were not isolated villages. These were states with armies, universities, and long-distance trade networks stretching across the Sahara, the Indian Ocean, and into the Middle East. But Europe didn't see empires. Europe saw opportunity. By the 1880s, Europe was in the throes of the Industrial Revolution. Factories in Britain, Germany, France, and Belgium were producing goods at an unprecedented scale. But production requires raw materials, rubber, timber, ivory, cotton, minerals, palm oil. And Africa had all of it. But there was a problem. For most of the 19th century, European contact with Africa was limited to coastal trading posts. European merchants would trade guns, cloth, and alcohol for African goods, gold, ivory, enslaved people. But Europeans didn't control the interior. African kingdoms did. That began to change in the 1870s. Technological advances, steamships, the Maxim gun, quinine to treat malaria made it possible for Europeans to venture deeper into Africa. Explorers like David Livingstone, Henry Morton Stanley, and Pierre Savognon de Brazza traveled up African rivers, mapped territories, and reported back to European capitals about the wealth waiting to be claimed. At the same time, European nations were in fierce competition. Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, Portugal, Spain, and Italy all wanted to expand their empires. If one country claimed a piece of Africa, another would try to block it or claim their own piece. Tensions were rising, and that's when Otto von Bismarck, the Chancellor of Germany, stepped in. Germany under Bismarck was a latecomer to the colonial game. Britain and France already had colonies. Portugal had been in Africa for centuries. But Germany had almost nothing. And Bismarck was worried, not about Africa necessarily, but about European stability. He feared that competition over Africa would lead to war between European powers. So he proposed a solution, a conference. If the European powers could sit down and agree on rules for dividing Africa peacefully, diplomatically, then everyone could expand their empires without conflict. At least that was the pitch. In reality, Bismarck wanted to secure German interests in Africa while appearing as a neutral mediator, and it worked. In November 1884, representatives from 14 European nations gathered in Berlin. Germany, Britain, France, Portugal, Spain, Belgium, Italy, Austria, Hungary, Denmark, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, the Ottoman Empire, Russia, and the United States. Notice who wasn't invited. Africa. Not a single African king, queen, diplomat, or representative was present. Not the Ashanti, not the Zulu, not the Ethiopians, no one. Europe was about to decide the fate of a continent without the people who lived there. Let's meet the players in this high-stakes game, Germany and Otto von Bismarck, the host and the architect. Bismarck was a master diplomat. He didn't care much about colonies. He saw them as expensive distractions, but he understood power. By hosting the conference, he positioned Germany as a key player in European politics and secured German claims in East and Southwest Africa. King Leopold II of Belgium, perhaps the most sinister figure at the conference. Leopold didn't represent Belgium officially. He represented himself as the head of the International African Association. His target, the Congo Basin. Leopold claimed he wanted to bring civilization and Christianity to Africa. In reality, he wanted rubber and ivory, and he was willing to commit atrocities to get them. We'll return to his story later. Britain, the dominant global empire, represented by Sir Edward Mallet. Britain already controlled Egypt, parts of West Africa and Southern Africa. Their goal at the conference was simple: protect what they had and grab what they could. Britain wanted the Nile River, the Cape, and anything in between. France, represented by Baron de Courcelles, France had already established control over Algeria and parts of West Africa. Their ambition was to create a continuous empire from the Atlantic to the Red Sea, a horizontal band across Africa. Portugal, the oldest European presence in Africa dating back to the 1400s. Portugal controlled Angola and Mozambique, but other powers, especially Britain and Germany, were trying to limit Portuguese expansion. Italy, Spain, and the smaller powers, hungry for prestige and territory, but lacking the resources of Britain or France, they would grab whatever was left over. And then there were the Africans, the people whose land was being divided, whose futures were being written by strangers. At the time of the Berlin Conference, Africa was home to powerful rulers who had no idea what was happening in that conference room. King Prempeh, the first of the Ashanti, a young king who inherited a powerful empire. He would later resist British colonization, but by then the borders had already been drawn. King Cetshwayo of the Zulu, a brilliant military strategist who had defeated the British at the Battle of Isandlwana in 1879. But after his defeat later that year, his kingdom was fractured. The British would use the Berlin Conference to justify further encroachment. Emperor Menelik II of Ethiopia, one of the few African leaders who understood what was happening. Menelik would later defeat Italy at the Battle of Adwa in 1896, preserving Ethiopia's independence, but he was not invited to Berlin. Samurai Toure, a Muslim military leader in West Africa who built a powerful empire in present-day Guinea, Mali, and Côte d'Ivoire. He resisted French colonization for nearly 2 decades, but the Berlin Conference gave France the legal justification to invade his territory. These were not primitive societies. These were nations with armies, economies, and diplomatic traditions. But in Berlin, they were treated as if they didn't exist. On November 15th, 1884, the Berlin Conference officially opened. The location was the Reich Chancellery in Berlin, a grand building designed to project German power and prestige. The atmosphere was cordial, champagne flowed, handshakes were exchanged, but beneath the pleasantries, this was a negotiation among rivals. Each nation wanted to maximize its gains while minimizing conflict with the others. Otto von Bismarck opened the conference with a speech about civilization, free trade, and the improvement of Africa. The language was polite, even noble, but the goal was clear: divide Africa. Over the next 3 months, the delegates would meet regularly, drafting agreements, negotiating boundaries, and establishing the rules of colonization. The Berlin Conference produced several key agreements that would define the colonization of Africa. Let's break them down. 1. The principle of effective occupation. This was the most important rule. It stated that for a European power to claim African territory, it had to demonstrate effective occupation, meaning it had to establish a physical presence. Simply drawing a line on a map wasn't enough. You needed soldiers, administrators, or settlers on the ground. This rule was designed to prevent empty claims, but in practice, it triggered a race. European powers scrambled to send expeditions into the African interior to plant flags and establish forts before their rivals could. 2. Freedom of navigation on African rivers. The conference declared that the Congo River and the Niger River were to be free and open for trade by all nations. This sounds reasonable, but it had a dark purpose. It allowed European merchants and militaries to travel deep into Africa's interior, bypassing African control over trade routes. For African kingdoms that had grown wealthy by controlling river trade, this was devastating. The rules of the game had changed without their input. 3. Recognition of the Congo Free State. This was King Leopold II's great victory. The conference officially recognized the Congo Free State, not as a colony of Belgium, but as Leopold's personal property. Leopold had spent years lobbying European governments, presenting himself as a humanitarian who wanted to abolish the slave trade and bring Christianity to Africa. He hired the famous explorer Henry Morton Stanley to establish outposts in the Congo Basin and make treaties with local chiefs, treaties that the chiefs often didn't understand or were coerced into signing. In Berlin, Leopold's efforts paid off. The European powers agreed to recognize his control over the Congo. It was a decision that would lead to one of the greatest atrocities in human history. We'll return to that later. 4. The partition of East Africa Germany secured control over present-day Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi, areas that would become German East Africa. Britain secured Kenya and Uganda, as well as influence over Zanzibar. Italy was granted parts of Somalia and the coastline of Eritrea, though they would later suffer a humiliating defeat when they tried to conquer Ethiopia. 5. The division of West Africa France claimed a massive swath of West Africa, present-day Senegal, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and much of the Sahel. Britain took the Gold Coast, Ghana, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone. Germany claimed Togo and Cameroon. Portugal held on to small territories in Guinea-Bissau and parts of Angola. 6. Southern Africa, Britain already controlled the Cape Colony in South Africa, but they wanted more. Cecil Rhodes, a British businessman and imperialist, dreamed of a British empire from Cape to Cairo. The Berlin Conference helped legitimize British expansion into present-day Zimbabwe, Rhodesia named after Rhodes, Zambia, and Botswana. Portugal maintained control over Angola and Mozambique, though Britain and Germany tried to limit Portuguese expansion. On February 26, 1885, after 3 months of negotiations, the delegates signed the General Act of the Berlin Conference. It was a document of 38 articles that codified the agreements made during the conference. The General Act established the rules of colonization. It recognized European claims across Africa. It divided the continent into spheres of influence. And it did all of this without a single African signature. The conference was over. The carving of Africa had begun. The Berlin Conference didn't create colonies overnight. What it did was provide a legal framework, a set of rules that European powers agreed to follow. Now the real work began: conquest. Over the next 20 years, European nations launched military expeditions into Africa to enforce the borders drawn in Berlin. African kingdoms resisted fiercely. The Ashanti fought the British in multiple wars. The Zulu resisted. Samurai Tura held off the French for nearly 2 decades. The Herero and Nama people in German Southwest Africa, Namibia, waged guerrilla warfare against German forces. The Maji Maji rebellion in German East Africa saw tens of thousands of Africans rise up against colonial rule. But the technological gap was overwhelming. European armies had machine guns, artillery, and steamships. African armies, no matter how brave or disciplined, were at a disadvantage. One by one, African kingdoms fell. By 1914, nearly 90% of Africa was under European control. Only Ethiopia and Liberia remained independent. One of the biggest lies of the Berlin Conference was that colonization was about helping Africa. European leaders spoke endlessly about the civilizing mission, the idea that they were bringing progress, education, Christianity, and modern infrastructure to backward societies. But this was propaganda. The truth is that colonization was about extraction. Europe wanted Africa's resources, rubber, ivory, gold, diamonds, copper, palm oil, and they were willing to use violence to get them. The civilizing mission was a cover story. Yes, some missionaries built schools and hospitals, but those institutions served the colonial system. Schools taught Africans to speak European languages and to see European culture as superior. Hospitals treated workers so they could continue laboring in mines and plantations. Infrastructure, railways, roads, ports wasn't built for Africans. It was built to move resources from the interior to the coast where they could be shipped to Europe. We need to talk about King Leopold II and the Congo. When the Berlin Conference recognized Leopold's control over the Congo, the European powers believed his promises. He said he wanted to abolish the slave trade, bring Christianity, and promote free trade. It was all a lie. What Leopold created in the Congo was a nightmare. The Congo Free State became his personal rubber plantation. Leopold never set foot in the Congo, but he ruled it from Brussels through a network of brutal enforcers. Africans were forced to collect rubber from wild vines in the jungle. If they didn't meet their quotas, they were punished, whipped, mutilated, or killed. Villages that resisted were burned. Hostages were taken to force compliance. One of the most horrifying practices was the cutting off of hands. Belgian officers would cut off the hands of Africans, men, women, children, as proof that they had used bullets to punish resistors rather than wasting ammunition on hunting. Estimates vary, but historians believe that between 1885 and 1908, approximately 10 million Congolese people died due to violence, starvation, disease, and forced labor under Leopold's rule. It was one of the deadliest genocides in history, and it all started with a handshake at the Berlin Conference. Eventually, international outrage forced Belgium to take control of the Congo away from Leopold in 1908. But the damage was done. The Congo would never fully recover. One of the most destructive legacies of the Berlin Conference is the borders. When European diplomats drew lines on maps in Berlin, they didn't care about African realities. They didn't care about ethnic groups, languages, or kingdoms. They cared about rivers, resources, and strategic locations. As a result, colonial borders cut straight through communities. The Somali people were divided between British Somaliland, Italian Somaliland, French Somaliland, and Ethiopia. The Maasai people were split between British Kenya and German East Africa, later Tanzania. The Yoruba and the Hausa peoples were divided between British Nigeria and French colonies. Families were separated, trade networks were disrupted, kingdoms were split in half. And in some cases, European powers deliberately grouped rival ethnic groups into the same colony, creating divisions that could be exploited to maintain control. This strategy is called divide and rule, and it worked. By pitting African groups against each other, colonial powers could prevent unified resistance. These artificial borders still exist today, and they are the root cause of many modern conflicts, from the Rwandan genocide to the ongoing instability in the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Sudan, and Somalia. Here's something you won't hear in most history books. Africans fought back. The narrative that Africa was passively colonized is a lie. Across the continent, Africans resisted militarily, politically, and culturally. Ethiopia. In 1896, Emperor Menelik II led Ethiopian forces to a stunning victory over Italy at the Battle of Adwa. It was the only time an African nation decisively defeated a European colonial army. Ethiopia remained independent, and Adwa became a symbol of African resistance worldwide. The Zulu Kingdom. Even after defeat, Zulu resistance continued for years. The British had to use overwhelming force and divide and conquer tactics to suppress Zulu power. Samurai Ture. In West Africa, Samurai Ture waged a brilliant guerrilla campaign against the French for nearly 20 years. He used hit-and-run tactics, retreated when necessary, and built a new empire every time the French destroyed the old one. He was finally captured in 1898, but he remains a hero in West African history. The Maji Maji Rebellion in 1905 to 1907. In German East Africa, diverse ethnic groups united against German rule. They believed that a sacred water, Meiji, would protect them from bullets. It didn't, but the rebellion showed the power of African unity and resistance. These stories are often ignored, but they matter. They show that Africans were not passive victims. They were fighters, strategists, and leaders who refused to accept colonization without a fight. By 1914, the map of Africa had been completely redrawn. The continent was divided into colonies, protectorates, and spheres of influence, and the impact was immediate and devastating. African economies were restructured to serve European interests. Instead of producing goods for local consumption or regional trade, Africans were forced to grow cash crops, cotton, cocoa, coffee, peanuts, for export to Europe. Traditional systems of governance were destroyed or co-opted. African kings and chiefs who cooperated with colonial authorities were allowed to remain in power, but only as puppets. Those who resisted were deposed or killed. African cultures were suppressed. European languages, English, French, Portuguese, German, were imposed. African religions were deemed pagan and replaced with Christianity. African names, clothing, and customs were discouraged or banned, and African labor was exploited on a massive scale. Millions of Africans were forced to work in mines, plantations, and infrastructure projects under brutal conditions. Many died from exhaustion, disease, or violence. The wealth extracted from Africa fueled European industrialization. The rubber from the Congo powered the automobile industry. The gold and diamonds from South Africa enriched British and German banks. The cocoa from West Africa fueled European chocolate factories. Africa was being drained economically, culturally, and spiritually. The colonization of Africa didn't happen in isolation. Africa became entangled in global conflicts, especially the two world wars. During World War I and World War II, millions of African soldiers fought for European powers. Africans fought in Europe, in North Africa, in Asia. They were promised freedom, equality, and recognition for their service. But when the wars ended, those promises were broken. Africans returned home to the same colonial oppression they had left behind, but something had changed. African soldiers had seen the world. They had fought alongside Europeans and seen that Europeans were not invincible. They had been exposed to ideas, democracy, self-determination, independence, and they began to organize. In the 1940s and 1950s, independence movements spread across Africa. Leaders like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, Patrice Lumumba in the Congo, and Julius Nyerere in Tanzania began demanding freedom. In 1957, Ghana became the first sub-Saharan African nation to gain independence. Others followed. By the 1960s, dozens of African nations had achieved independence, but independence came with a catch. African nations gained their flags, their anthems, and their seats at the United Nations. But the structures of colonialism remained. The borders drawn in Berlin stayed in place. The artificial divisions, the rival ethnic groups forced into the same nation, None of that changed. European and American corporations continued to control Africa's resources. The mines, the oil fields, the plantations, many remained in foreign hands or were managed by African elites loyal to Western interests. And when African leaders tried to assert true independence, when they tried to nationalize resources, redistribute land, or align with the Soviet Union, they were overthrown. The CIA, British intelligence, and French military forces intervened to install leaders who would cooperate. Patrice Lumumba, the first prime minister of the independent Congo, was assassinated in 1961 with the support of Belgium and the United States. Thomas Sankara, the revolutionary leader of Burkina Faso, was killed in 1987. These are just two examples among many. This system is called neo-colonialism. Colonialism without the colonies, and it continues today. The legacy of the Berlin Conference is still visible today. The Rwandan genocide of 1994, in which nearly 800,000 people were killed, has roots in colonial divisions. The Belgian colonizers favored the Tutsi minority over the Hutu majority, creating resentment that exploded into violence decades later. The ongoing conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, one of the deadliest conflicts since World War II, is fueled by a competition over resources and instability created by artificial borders. The civil wars in Sudan and South Sudan, the instability in Somalia, the ethnic tensions in Nigeria, all of these conflicts have roots in the decisions made in Berlin in 1884. The borders drawn by Europeans were never meant to create stable nations. They were meant to facilitate extraction, and they succeeded. But here's the important part. Africa is not defined by colonization. Despite everything, the exploitation, the violence, the artificial borders, Africa has survived. And in many ways, Africa is thriving. African economies are among the fastest growing in the world. African artists, musicians, and filmmakers are shaping global culture. African scientists, engineers, and entrepreneurs are driving innovation. And Africans are reclaiming their history. They are telling the stories that were silenced. They are challenging the borders that were imposed. They are demanding justice for the atrocities committed. The Berlin Conference tried to erase Africa's agency, but it failed. Africa is still here, and Africa is rising. So, what's the lesson here? What do we take away from the story of the Berlin Conference? First, understand that history is written by the powerful. For decades, the story of Africa was told by Europeans. They called it discovery, civilization, and progress. But those were lies. The truth is that Africa was invaded, exploited, and divided. Second, recognize that borders are not natural. The lines on the map of Africa are not ancient. They are barely 140 years old. They were drawn by people who had never set foot on African soil, who didn't speak African languages, and who didn't care about African lives. Third, remember that resistance is always part of the story. Africans did not passively accept colonization. They fought. They resisted. They preserved their cultures, languages, and identities despite overwhelming odds. And finally, understand that the past is not dead. The decisions made in Berlin in 1884 still shape Africa today. The borders are still there. The economic exploitation continues in new forms. The legacy of colonialism is alive, but so is the legacy of resistance. The story of Africa is not a story of victimhood. It's a story of survival, resilience, and determination. It's a story of people who refuse to be erased. And that story is far from over. Thank you for watching this episode of Africa Hidden History. If you made it this far, you now know the truth about the Berlin Conference, the meeting that carved up Africa without African consent. You know about the resistance, the atrocities, and the legacy that still shapes the continent today. If you found this documentary valuable, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone who needs to hear this story. This is the history they don't teach in schools, but it's the history that matters. Next time, we'll explore another hidden chapter of African history. Some options include the Kingdom of Kush and its rivalry with Egypt, the Great Zimbabwe Civilization, the Haitian Revolution and its African roots, or the story of Queen Nazinga of Ndongo and Matamba, a warrior queen who fought Portuguese colonization for 40 years. Let me know in the comments which story you want to hear next. Until then, remember, Africa's history is not just about what was done to it. It's about what Africa has always been: powerful, resilient, and unstoppable. See you in the next documentary. Between the years 1500 and 1866, over 12 million African men, women, and children were torn from their homelands and forced across the Atlantic Ocean. But here's what they don't tell you in most history books: 2 million never made it across. They died in the darkness of ship holds, their bodies thrown into the ocean like cargo. This wasn't just theft. This was the systematic destruction of entire civilizations, the depopulation of kingdoms, the erasure of knowledge systems that had existed for millennia. But the story you're about to hear isn't just about suffering, it's about resistance. It's about how African people fought back, how they survived, how they preserved their humanity against impossible odds. This is the story they tried to bury. This is the Atlantic slave trade, and its consequences echo through Africa to this very day. Welcome to Africa Hidden History. I'm your narrator, and today we are confronting one of the darkest chapters in human history, but we are telling it from an African perspective. For too long, the story of the Atlantic slave trade has been told through European eyes. We hear about plantation economies, about shipping routes, about the profits made in Liverpool and Lisbon. But what about the kingdoms that were destroyed? What about the families torn apart? What about the demographic catastrophe that changed Africa's trajectory forever? Today's documentary will take you on a journey spanning 4 centuries. We'll walk through the magnificent kingdoms of West and Central Africa before European contact. We'll witness the arrival of the Portuguese in the 1440s and watch as a trickle of captives becomes a flood of humanity. We'll follow the stories of real African people: kings who resisted, warriors who fought back, captives who rebelled on slave ships, and communities that rebuilt themselves despite everything. But most importantly, we'll reveal the hidden truths: the African resistance movements that fought the trade for centuries, the economic systems that were deliberately destroyed, the demographic collapse that some regions still haven't recovered from 6 centuries later. By the end of this documentary, you understand not just what happened, but why it matters today, why some African nations struggle with development, why certain regions have gender imbalances, why cultural knowledge was lost, and why understanding this history is crucial for understanding modern Africa. This is not a story of victimhood. This is a story of resilience, resistance, and survival against the greatest crime in human history. Let's begin. To understand what was lost, you must first understand what existed. In the 1400s, before European ships appeared on the Atlantic coast, Africa was home to some of the world's most sophisticated civilizations. The Mali Empire controlled the trans-Saharan gold trade. Timbuktu hosted one of the world's largest universities with over 25,000 students. The Sankore Mosque held hundreds of thousands of manuscripts on mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and law. Along the West African coast, the Kingdom of Benin had perfected bronze casting techniques that Europeans couldn't replicate. Their capital city, according to Dutch visitors, was larger and better organized than Amsterdam. The streets were wide and straight. The palace complex covered an area larger than many European cities. Further south, the Kingdom of Congo was a centralized state with a sophisticated administrative system. They had a written language, a currency system, and diplomatic relations stretching across Central Africa. On the East African coast, Swahili city-states like Kilwa and Mombasa traded with Arabia, India, and China. They used their own currency, built multi-story buildings from coral stone, and wrote poetry in Kiswahili. Africa's economy in the 15th century was diverse and interconnected. The trans-Saharan trade routes carried gold, salt, ivory, and enslaved people northward. But this slavery was fundamentally different from what was coming. In African societies, slavery was usually temporary. Enslaved people could own property, marry free people, and their children were often born free. It was a social status, not a permanent racial category. Many rose to positions of power, generals, advisors, even rulers. Most Africans weren't involved in slavery at all. They were farmers growing millet, yams, and rice, fishermen on rivers and coasts, metal workers crafting tools and weapons, weavers creating intricate textiles, traders moving goods across vast networks. The population was growing, cities were expanding, knowledge systems were developing. Africa was on its own historical trajectory until Europe arrived and changed everything. To understand why the Atlantic slave trade began, we must look at Europe in the 1400s. Portugal, a small kingdom on Europe's western edge, was obsessed with finding a sea route to Asia. They wanted to bypass the Muslim-controlled Mediterranean trade and access the spices, silks, and gold of the East. Starting in the 1420s, Portuguese sailors began exploring the West African coast. At first, they were looking for gold and a way around Africa to reach India. But in 1444, something changed. A Portuguese raiding party captured 12 Africans from the coast of Mauritania and brought them back to Portugal. Prince Henry the Navigator realized he'd found a new commodity. African captives could be sold in European markets. They could work on new sugar plantations being established on Atlantic islands like Madeira and São Tomé. This is crucial to understand. The demand for the enslaved labor came first from sugar. Sugar was like oil in our time, an incredibly valuable commodity that Europe craved. Growing sugar required intense labor in brutal conditions. European workers died in large numbers or simply refused to do it. The Portuguese tried enslaving Guanche people from the Canary Islands. They resisted too effectively. They tried the European convicts and poor people, not enough of them. They needed a large renewable source of labor from people who couldn't easily escape back home. They found it in Africa, and once the formula was established, manufactured goods shipped to Africa, enslaved people shipped to the Americas, sugar and other goods shipped back to Europe. The triangle of death was complete. But the Atlantic slave trade truly exploded after 1492, when Christopher Columbus reached the Americas. The Spanish conquistadors quickly enslaved indigenous peoples to work in mines and plantations. Within 50 years, over 90% of the indigenous population of the Caribbean and parts of Central and South America had died from European diseases, overwork, and violence. The indigenous peoples of the Americas had no immunity to smallpox, measles, and typhus. Entire civilizations collapsed. The Spanish and Portuguese still wanted their gold and silver from American mines. They still wanted sugar from Caribbean plantations. They needed to replace the indigenous workers who had died. They turned to Africa. This is the twisted logic of the Atlantic slave trade. One genocide created the demand for another. The demographic catastrophe in the Americas created a demographic catastrophe in Africa. And unlike the diseases that killed indigenous Americans, the slave trade would last for 400 years. By 1500, the stage was set for the greatest forced migration in human history. European powers, Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, Britain, France, Denmark, Sweden, would build over 40 coastal forts along West Africa's coast. These weren't just trading posts, they were prisons, holding cells where captured Africans waited in dungeons before being loaded onto ships. The Atlantic slave trade would eventually drain captives from a vast region, from Senegambia in the northwest to Angola in the southwest, from the Bight of Benin to the Bight of Biafra, and from Central Africa's interior to the Atlantic coast. Over the next 366 years, this trade would remove at least 12.5 million people from Africa, and perhaps as many as 20 million when you count those who died during capture, on the march to the coast or in the coastal prisons. The consequences would reshape Africa forever. The Atlantic slave trade wasn't run by one nation. It was an international operation with different European powers dominating different periods. Portugal pioneered the trade in the 1440s and controlled it for over a century. They established the first coastal forts, developed the ship designs, and created the brutal logistics of transporting human cargo across oceans. Britain became the dominant slave trading nation in the 18th century, transporting over 3 million Africans, more than any other country. British ships were so numerous that they developed a horrific efficiency, packing more people into less space to maximize profits. France, the Netherlands, Spain, Denmark, and Sweden all participated, competing for contracts to supply enslaved Africans to different American colonies. But these nations didn't simply raid African coasts and capture people themselves. That was too dangerous and too costly. They needed African partners. This is one of the most controversial and painful aspects of the slave trade. Some African rulers and merchants participated in capturing and selling other Africans. But context matters enormously. Let's be very clear. European demand created the market. Europeans provided the ships, set the prices, and controlled the ultimate destination. They introduced guns and gunpowder, which created military imbalances. They deliberately fostered conflicts between African states to ensure a steady supply of captives. Some African kingdoms, like Dahomey, became heavily involved in the slave trade. The Kingdom of Dahomey captured people through military raids and sold them to European traders. Their economy became dependent on the trade. By the 18th century, they were exporting thousands of people annually. The Aro Confederacy in what's now Nigeria controlled a vast network of trade routes. They used religious authority and economic power to funnel captives to coastal markets. But these collaborators weren't representing Africa as a whole. They were individual kingdoms making decisions based on their own circumstances, often facing impossible choices between selling captives or becoming captives themselves. Far more African leaders resisted the slave trade than collaborated with it. These are the heroes whose stories must be told. Queen Nzinga of Ndongo and Matamba fought Portuguese slave traders for over 30 years in the 17th century. She was a brilliant military strategist who built alliances, used guerrilla tactics, and provided sanctuary for escaped captives. At age 60, she personally led her troops into battle. The Kingdom of Benin initially engaged in the slave trade, but in the 1550s, the Oba king completely banned the export of enslaved people from his kingdom. For over 200 years, Benin refused to participate, protecting its population from the trade. The Kong Empire in what's now Ivory Coast actively fought against slave raiders and provided refuge for people fleeing the trade. They built fortified cities and maintained their independence well into the 19th century. Countless village chiefs and community leaders fought back, even when it cost them their lives. They hid people in forests, created forced trails to confuse raiders, and organized armed resistance against slavers. Let's remember that behind the statistics, 12.5 million people were individuals with names, families, dreams, and talents. Olaudah Equiano, captured as a child from the Kingdom of Benin in the 1750s, survived the Middle Passage, purchased his freedom, and wrote one of the first slave narratives. His book became a powerful weapon in the abolitionist movement. The majority of captives were young, between 15 and 35 years old. They were chosen for their strength, their reproductive capacity, their value as laborers. This wasn't random. It was a calculated demographic attack that removed the most productive members of African societies. Women made up about 1/3 of those transported. They faced additional horrors. Sexual violence was routine on slave ships and plantations, yet they also became the keepers of African culture in the Americas, passing down languages, religions, food traditions, and survival strategies. Children as young as 7 were captured and transported. Separated from their parents, they arrived in the Americas with nothing but fragmented memories of home. Yet somehow these children grew up to become parents themselves, preserving what they could of their African heritage. The men who physically transported enslaved Africans across the Atlantic were often from poor European backgrounds themselves. They were sailors, criminals, or desperate men who took these jobs because they had few other options. But don't mistake their circumstances for innocence. These men whipped, raped, tortured, and murdered African captives. Disease killed about 20% of sailors on slave ships, but these men signed up voluntarily while their African cargo was there in chains. Some captains like John Newton eventually had spiritual conversions and became abolitionists. Newton wrote Amazing Grace after abandoning the slave trade, but for every repentant captain, dozens continued transporting human cargo until the trade's end. Those who survived the Atlantic crossing, about 10 million of the 12.5 million who left Africa, arrived transformed by trauma. They had survived starvation, disease, violence, and the suicide of friends and family members who threw themselves overboard rather than accept slavery. Yet these survivors became the ancestors of the entire African diaspora. They built communities, practiced their religions in secret, created new languages blending African and European tongues, and organized hundreds of rebellions. They were farmers from rice-growing regions who taught Americans how to cultivate rice. They were metal workers who became skilled blacksmiths. They were musicians whose rhythms became jazz, blues, reggae, and hip-hop. They were spiritual leaders who blended African religions with Christianity to create new faith traditions. Finally, we must consider those who weren't captured but whose lives were destroyed nonetheless. Imagine a village that loses 50 of its young adults in a raid. The elderly and children remain. Who plants the crops? Who defends the village from the next raid? Who passes down knowledge and traditions? Entire regions became depopulated. Villages merged for safety. Agricultural systems collapsed. Trade routes shifted. The social fabric was torn. These survivors, the parents who never saw their children again, the children who watched their parents dragged away in chains, the communities that lived in constant fear, they are characters in this story too. Their trauma, their choices, their survival strategies shaped Africa's future as much as the captives' experiences shaped the Americas. The Atlantic slave trade began not with a plan but with an opportunistic raid. In 1441, Portuguese captain Antão Gonçalves captured 12 Africans from the coast of Mauritania. He brought them to Portugal as curiosities for Prince Henry the Navigator, but Prince Henry saw an opportunity. In 1444, he organized a larger expedition. Portuguese raiders attacked villages along the Mauritanian and Senegalese coasts, capturing 235 people. They were sold in the market at Lagos, Portugal, the first recorded slave auction on European soil. For the first 50 years, the trade was relatively small. The Portuguese established trading relationships with African coastal kingdoms. They traded manufactured goods, cloth, metal tools, alcohol for gold, ivory, and small numbers of enslaved people. In the 1450s and 1460s, the Portuguese established sugar plantations on the Atlantic islands of Madeira and São Tomé. These became laboratories for plantation slavery, experiments in how to organize large-scale agricultural production using enslaved African labor. São Tomé, an uninhabited island of Central Africa's coast, became particularly important. Portuguese planters imported thousands of enslaved Africans to clear forests and plant sugar. By 1500, São Tomé was producing more sugar than anywhere else in the world. The system they developed, gang labor, brutal discipline, high mortality rates, constant replacement of dead workers with new captives. This became the model for Caribbean and Brazilian plantations. In 1483, Portuguese explorer Diogo Cao reached the mouth of the Congo River and made contact with the Kingdom of Congo. The Manikongo king, Nzinga Nkuwu, saw an opportunity for a mutually beneficial relationship. The Portuguese offered Christianity, literacy, technology, and trade goods. The Kingdom of Congo offered ivory, copper, and enslaved people captured in war. In 1509, Afonso I became Manikongo. He was a devout Christian who genuinely believed in partnership with Portugal. He sent his son to be educated in Lisbon. He invited Portuguese priests, teachers, and craftsmen to Congo. But by the 1520s, Afonso realized he'd made a terrible mistake. Portuguese traders weren't just buying war captives, they were corrupting Congolese nobles to kidnap free people, even members of the nobility. The slave trade was destabilizing his entire kingdom. In 1526, Afonso wrote a desperate letter to the King of Portugal. Each day the traders are kidnapping our people, children of this country, sons of our nobles and vassals, even people of our own family. This corruption and depravity are so widespread that our land is entirely depopulated. We need from your kingdoms only priests and school teachers and no merchandise. Portugal ignored him. The profits were too great. The relationship between Congo and Portugal deteriorated into exploitation and eventual conquest. After 1492, as Spanish colonies expanded in the Caribbean and Central America, demand for enslaved workers exploded. The indigenous population was dying in massive numbers. Sugar plantations needed workers. In 1518, Spain granted the first asiento, an official contract to supply enslaved Africans to Spanish colonies. The trade began to industrialize. By 1600, approximately 400,000 Africans had been transported across the Atlantic. It sounds enormous, but it was just the beginning. The worst was yet to come. The 17th century saw the Atlantic slave trade transform from a Portuguese monopoly into an international competition. The Dutch, British, and French built their own coastal forts and began aggressively competing for African captives. In 1621, the Netherlands established the Dutch West India Company specifically to break Portuguese dominance in the slave trade. The Dutch captured Portuguese forts on Africa's Gold Coast, modern Ghana, and established their own trading posts. The Dutch were efficient and brutal. They introduced the practice of offering African kingdoms firearms in exchange for captives, a deal that sparked an arms race along the African coast. In the inland regions behind the coast, the kingdom of Dahomey began its transformation into a military state. Facing pressure from larger neighbors and seeing the wealth that could be gained from selling captives, Dahomey's rulers made a fateful choice. They built a professional army, including the famous Mino, female warriors who fought alongside male soldiers. They conducted annual military campaigns, raiding nearby peoples and marching captives to the coast. By the 1720s, Dahomey had conquered the coastal kingdom of Whydah and gained direct access to European traders. They became one of the primary suppliers of enslaved people, exporting over 10,000 people annually at the trade's peak. But this success came at a terrible cost. Dahomey's economy became completely dependent on the slave trade. Their society militarized, their neighbors lived in terror. And when European demand finally ended, Dahomey's economy collapsed. Not every African kingdom chose collaboration. In the Portuguese colony of Angola, Queen Nzinga of Ndongo waged a 30-year war against Portuguese slave traders. Born around 1583, Nzinga initially served as a diplomat, negotiating with the Portuguese on behalf of her brother, the king. But when he died in 1624, she seized power and declared war on Portugal. Nzinga used brilliant military tactics. She formed alliances with the Dutch when they temporarily occupied Angola. She provided sanctuary for escaped enslaved people, integrating them into her army. She married and divorced strategically to build alliances with other kingdoms. She personally led troops into battle well into her 60s. When the Portuguese besieged her capital, she moved her court into the interior and conducted guerrilla warfare from fortified camps. Nzinga never surrendered. She maintained her kingdom's independence until her death in 1663 at age 80. The Portuguese only fully conquered Angola decades after her death. The real explosion of the Atlantic slave trade came with Caribbean sugar. In the 1640s, English colonists in Barbados, having failed to grow tobacco profitably, switched to sugar. They imported the plantation model from Brazil. Sugar production required enormous amounts of labor. The work was brutal, cutting cane in tropical heat, feeding cane into dangerous mills, boiling the juice in scalding vats. Workers died within a few years. The planters' solution was to import more enslaved Africans constantly. Barbados went from having a few thousand enslaved people in 1650 to over 40,000 by 1680. Jamaica followed the same pattern. The death rates on Caribbean plantations were so high that enslaved populations couldn't sustain themselves through natural reproduction. The only way to maintain labor forces was constant importation, which meant constant raids on Africa. By 1700, about 2.5 million Africans had been transported across the Atlantic. The rate was accelerating. The 18th century would be far worse. The 18th century was the Atlantic slave trade's deadliest period. About 6 million Africans were transported between 1700 and 1808, half of the entire trade's total in just over a century. Britain became the dominant slave trading nation. British ships transported over 3 million Africans, more than any other country. The cities of Liverpool, Bristol, and London grew wealthy on the trade. British slave ships became infamous for tight packing, cramming as many people as possible into holds. In one documented case, the ship Brooks was designed to hold 451 people in spaces 6 feet wide, 2.5 feet high, with each person having a space smaller than a coffin. The mortality rate on British ships averaged 15%, but on the most tightly packed ships, it reached 40% or higher. Captains considered this acceptable because even with heavy losses, The trade was enormously profitable. The Middle Passage, the Atlantic crossing, was a nightmare beyond imagination. Let's describe what captured Africans experienced. You've been marched for weeks from your village to the coast, chained at the neck in a line of 50 or 100 people. Many in your group have already died from exhaustion, disease, or despair. At the coast, you're imprisoned in a fort's dungeon, dark stone chambers where hundreds of people are packed together, waiting for a ship. The heat is unbearable. Disease spreads rapidly. You might wait here for months. Finally, European sailors drag you out, inspect you like livestock, and brand you with hot irons. You're loaded onto a ship, chained to a platform in the hold. You have about the space of a coffin. The ship rocks constantly. You're lying in your own waste and the waste of those chained beside you. The smell is so overwhelming that sailors on deck can smell it from hundreds of yards away. You're fed twice daily, beans, rice, or corn, barely enough to survive. Some people go mad. Some refuse to eat and are force-fed through funnel devices. Some die of disease, dysentery, smallpox, typhus. The dead are thrown overboard. Sharks learn to follow slave ships, feeding on the bodies. European sailors called them the business. The crossing takes 6 to 12 weeks depending on weather and route. About 15% die during the voyage. That's nearly 2 million people who never reached the Americas. But even this understates the horror because many survivors arrive so damaged by disease, starvation, and trauma that they die within weeks of landing. Yet enslaved Africans didn't accept their fate passively. Shipboard rebellions were constant and terrifying to European crews. Historians have documented over 500 shipboard rebellions during the Atlantic slave trade. The actual number was probably much higher. Rebellions usually happened when captives were brought on deck for exercise. Forced dancing that ship's captains believed kept them healthier. If guards got careless, captives would attack, trying to seize weapons and take control of the ship. Some rebellions succeeded. The most famous is the 1839 rebellion aboard the Amistad, where captives led by Sengbe Pierre, called Joseph Sinke, killed the captain and ordered the crew to sail back to Africa. The case eventually reached the U.S. Supreme Court and the captives were freed. But for every successful rebellion, dozens failed. Crews were armed and captives were weak from starvation. Failed rebellions ended in massacres. Sometimes half the captives were killed as punishment. By the mid-18th century, the slave trade had fundamentally transformed African societies along the Atlantic coast and deep into the interior. Entire regions became specialized in capturing and selling people. The Bight of Biafra, the Bight of Benin, the Gold Coast, Senegambia, Central Africa, each region developed its own dynamics of the trade. Warfare intensified across West and Central Africa. Kingdoms raided each other for captives. The introduction of European firearms created military imbalances. States that refused to participate in the trade found themselves raided by neighbors who did. Agricultural production declined in affected areas. Why plant crops for next year when raiders might capture you before harvest? Why invest in infrastructure when your entire village might be gone tomorrow? The population growth that had characterized 15th century Africa reversed in many regions. Some areas didn't recover their pre-slave trade population levels until the late 20th century. But by the 1780s, resistance was building in Europe itself. The Quakers, a Christian denomination, began organizing against the slave trade, arguing it was morally wrong. Olaudah Equiano published his slave narrative in 1789. His story put a human face on the trade and became a bestseller in Britain. Activists like Thomas Clarkson gathered evidence of the trade's horrors. William Wilberforce introduced abolition bills in Parliament repeatedly. facing fierce opposition from merchant interests. In the Americas, enslaved people themselves were creating the strongest argument against slavery through constant rebellions. The most successful rebellion occurred in Saint-Domingue, Haiti, France's wealthiest colony. In 1791, enslaved Africans launched a massive uprising led by Toussaint Louverture, a brilliant military strategist. For 13 years, Haitian revolutionaries fought French, British, and Spanish forces. They defeated professional European armies despite being outnumbered and outgunned.
In 1804, Haiti declared independence, the only nation founded by a successful slave revolt. Their victory terrified slaveholders everywhere and inspired abolitionists worldwide. In 1807, Britain passed the Abolition of the Slave Trade Act, banning British participation in the Atlantic slave trade. The law took effect on January 1st, 1808. The United States banned the importation of enslaved people the same year, not from moral conviction, but from political compromise between northern and southern states. It went underground. Spanish and Portuguese ships continued transporting captives to Cuba and Brazil, where slavery remained legal. American ships flew foreign flags and smuggled people into southern ports. Britain established the West Africa Squadron, a naval patrol that intercepted illegal slaver ships off the African coast. Between 1808 and 1860, British ships captured over 1,600 slave ships and freed about 150,000 Africans. But this was a fraction of the continued trade. An estimated 2 million more Africans were transported illegally between 1808 and 1867. African coastal kingdoms that had depended on the slave trade economy faced economic collapse. Some transitioned to what Europeans called legitimate trade, exporting palm oil, timber, ivory, gold, and other